All our invited guests or speakers are here. We think maybe we're targeting actually to finish around 12. So we'll try and do everything before going to the data center. So I was not supposed to be the program director, must say that up front. And then the CEO decided that because I am a preacher, I must come here and stand in front of you all. And it's a different thing altogether. Well, when you stand in front of the congregation, no one asks questions. You know, you say whatever I want to say, no one will ask you anything. Fortunately, there's another preacher here, he knows what I'm talking about. Especially for us Africans. You know, we start slowly, as if we're maneuvering our way out, you know, of the streets. Then when we get into the end two, we push. You say whatever I want to say. You can teach or preach about Daniel. They put Daniel in the den. They started praying. The following day, the king came and he said, "Fortunately, king, I'm safe. Those lions were vegetarians." You know, you can say whatever I want. It's fine. No one is going to ask you anything. So this one is a different one altogether. I think let us start. I'll ask you, Dr. Dweba, our chairperson, to come and open with welcome us to this event. Over to you, Chair. I sefuna uhlabela ingoma zecha. No.
This is too high for me. You want to adjust it more? Thank you very much for inviting me to welcome today's guests. Actually we can turn this into a church service. Yeah, maybe at the end. Maybe at the end. Thank you very much for inviting me to welcome our guests today. My name is Andisile Dweba. I'm the acting chairperson of the board. We had a wonderful day yesterday for those who unfortunately missed that. But when I look at today's program, which is going to talk from a technical point of view, the issues that are going to be dealt with here are going to be technical. And among others, we will have government and policy leadership development, Eastern Cape's ICT economy, strategy overview, and a few more. Just brace yourself and enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. I know it is a second day, so we're here until very early yesterday, until late yesterday. So we need to find ways of making sure that the audience is, claps. Yesterday, as Doc alluded to, we're privileged. For those who are not here, let me acknowledge actually the CIO of the province who was here with us today. We also have SETA represented here. Welcome you, Mr. Mahamba. We've got Fortinet, my cousin, Warren Cousins, that's his surname. And we've got Mr. Baphelele Mhlaba. I heard somewhere he was called the minister without portfolio. So the minister is here, welcome. Everyone, you have been welcomed. Yesterday we had the privilege of having our mayor here. I always thought maybe princess is a title. So I thought maybe she was related to Kumkanu Buyelekaya or, you know, until I got to realize, no, it's a name. She's a princess. We were privileged to have her here. We had the MEC, and basically the message was very simple. Let's do something now. In our lifetime, let's make a difference. I think that was very motivational. We had the premier here as well, also echoing the same, encouraging us that we need to deliver services to our communities. We need to make a difference. We also had other panels where we're talking about the new BPO center that we want to establish within the organization. We left for the data center. The data center was officially launched by the premier. Everything there, you know, Chris was guiding the process, and he told everyone, all this infrastructure here is scalable. You know, we can press a button, you get whatever I want. And everyone was impressed. Then we went to Zone 1E for the BPO sword turning, and he wanted to use the same words, and they did not work. You know, yeah, we've got a 500-seater BPO that we want here, and it's going to be scalable. We can press a button, it becomes a 1,000-seater. So we did all those things. We spoke about the Science Park skills development initiatives that we have within the organization. And we know all these initiatives are necessary for the province, not only for the East London IDZ. And then right at the end, we had a panel that talked to the issues of skills development, incubation. And there was a young man there by the name of Lutando. Everyone was impressed. I was impressed actually with what he was doing. We had a lady from Tia, if I pronounce it correctly, called Tando. And she spoke after Lutando had spoken. Lutando is a young man. And the first thing that she said was like, I'm looking at Lutando and I'm thinking of my daughters. To me, that was just the highlight of the day. You know, I just remembered the first inauguration speech of our president when he said, Tuma mina, send me. And I wanted to tell the lady, she can send us, we'll go negotiate with the guys there. But, you know, the issue remains that we are a province that works actually in silos. And we need to find a way of consolidating everything that we're doing. We are fortunate that we work very closely with the CIO. We form part of the steering committee. We know some of the challenges. And we thought, let's spend today discussing the issues that affect us and how we can localize our operations, our data, how we can improve service delivery. And in order to get there, we need to know exactly what is happening on the ground, the status. I was saying to Mr. Mhlaba earlier on, every time I think of connectivity in the province, I really get frustrated. I struggle to sleep. There are so many issues that are affecting us. And in order for us to realize this digital economy, we need to have proper infrastructure, processes, and a very much improved service delivery. So the provincial CIO is here, Mr. Nation Matigiza, to just tell us, you know, the progress on all the developments that are taking place. within the province. He will be followed by Mr. Umhlaba. We got to understand that there is a strategy that is being developed by ECDC on behalf of the province. We have contributed as well to that strategy, and we said it should not be a strategy for ECDC. It is a provincial strategy. We need to be briefed on it, we need to contribute, we need to discuss. So I will and then request that the CIO come forward. We'll give him, he knows his time, and then after his presentation, we'll get the opportunity to ask questions. I see he's still busy on his laptop. I see he's still busy. So how we're gonna call him is very easy, because it's a Friday today and we need to be a bit fresh today. So when we call him, we all stand up, actually. We clap for him slowly. In fact, we sit down, we clap for him slowly 5 times, like, okay? And then he starts walking, we clap normally until he is here. Until he is here. We'll do the same when he goes back to his chair. Okay, we are ready. Damas go and Kia. Until he's here.
Good morning, Chair. All protocol observed, including the Minister without portfolio. Thank you very much. Thank you for your introduction and the recap of yesterday. I was not able to come because of other administrative issues that we had, where the chair as well as Wesley were supposed to be, but now because of the conference they couldn't be there, but we had to represent them. So thank you very much, colleagues. I hope that we'll have a very good session. That's the topic I was asked to present on. So I'm representing the provincial government, and with me there are quite a number of colleagues from the different departments. A number of them were here yesterday, and they are here too. I do hear about the municipal summit, which has also taken some of the members that should have been here. But thank you very much for coming, and I hope that we'll have a nice session. So as I'm saying, we are looking at government and policy leadership developments, giving feedback on key developments for government stakeholders. And when we say government stakeholders, we are all stakeholders here. Am I right? Yes, we are all government stakeholders, including those that are not here. Right. In terms of the strategic government context for the digital economy, we all know that we do have the national and digital transformation imperatives from the national digital frameworks that the national government gives us to develop a capable, digitally capable state through interoperability and data-driven decisions. And then as a province, we must translate those digital priorities into our local strategies to address our environment. And then issues of system modernization, as you know that digital first is our focus. And then the policy leadership role as CIOs of different departments, we must lead this process. And then in terms of digital transformation, which is the word on the mouth of everyone, even those who don't know what it is, they always say digital transformation. When we respond to questions from legislature, they are always talking about digital transformation. Even though they don't understand what it is, but they want to ask about digital transformation, right? So again, digital transformation is about modernizing government, re-engineering our processes so that they are digital. Issues of shared services and cloud adoption. As you know that as a country, budgets are becoming difficult. We have budget cuts in the provincial government every year. So we need to find better ways of utilizing resources while offering the services that we are looking at. So as a province also, we are looking at issues of consolidation. We are working with East London IDZ to give us a proposal to help us consolidate our ICT environment. Then digital frontline services to engage our citizens, e-government portals and mobile-first services, as we know that mobile coverage in the province and in the country is quite high. So that's the tool that we can use to provide services. And then the issues of policy and user-centric design in languages that people can understand and making them accessible and user-focused in the environment. So as we may well know that as a country, we had the National E-Government Strategy and the Digital Transformation Roadmap that guides us in terms of the digital journey that we have as a government. We have the SA Connect, which gives the universal broadband access to rural areas as well as government entities. And then under the digital transformation roadmap, then there's digital identity, data governance and interoperability. We all know about the Nzansi Exchange. So the idea is to provide platform-based government services, and all these concepts of 4IR, innovation and digital economy growth come in that area. So when Mr. Mhlaba presents the digital economy presentation, he will be expanding that area to show where, as a province, we are trying to go in terms of that area. Then, as a province, we are also modernizing our public administration, first internally, because if internally we are not modernizing, then you can't expect us to reach out externally. So there are digitalization plans that we have as a province. Most of you are aware that as a government we do have the cluster system. So in the cluster system, then digital transformation is one of the game changers. So in the province we have digital transformation, we have agriculture, ocean economy as things that can change the province. So we have the digitalization 5-year plan that looks at how we can transform our processes in government so that they are enabling government. And then also looking at integrated digital platforms. Key among the digitalization systems is the HMS2. I hope you have heard about it, driven by Department of Health. And you have heard about the difficulties that the province has been facing in terms of medical legal claims, which went up to over $1 billion previously. But because of this system to digitize patient records and improve accuracy, enable real-time access to patient information, and improve coordination. The medical legal costs are coming down. So it means that more people can access services, because the money that was being used to pay lawyers and all those litigators is now going to be used for service delivery. So this just gives you the snapshot of how the HMS2 works, but you can see that it's a comprehensive system covering patient registration, OPD, encounters, patient records, clinical consultation, and discharge. So the whole life cycle of a patient is embedded in this system. It's quite a good system. It has been presented at national, and the province had certifications and awards given because of this system. And national government is also incorporating some of the modules in the system into the national healthy information system. So it's a quite innovative system from the province, and now it's even assisting the whole country. But the basis, the enabling factor is the availability of broadband or internet access. So that's quite an important aspect of the movement in terms of digitalization. Inclusive digital access and citizen-centric. The chair has mentioned that the Premier said we must focus on the citizen. So in whichever department we are not there for our own sake, but the citizen of the province. So in this case, then key is digital access for all. So expanding broadband connectivity, access to public facilities, especially through the SA Connect, and also affordability and digital literacy, as the chair said, and also coordinated policy leadership. So as a province, you know about the provincial broadband project, planning to connect 2,700 government sites. By end of March, we had 2,101 sites connected. All these sites connected at 1 gig. And then under the SA Connect, the plan is to connect 3,912 sites with public Wi-Fi, mainly targeting schools, clinics, libraries, and traditional councils. The project is ongoing through the telcos. So we'll be able to give updates on how far that is. Then also linked to that is the use of the Gqeberha exchange. So you know that previously there have been exchanges in Cape Town, in Joburg, and Pietermaritzburg in the country. The Gqeberha exchange is the 4th one in the country. So the fact that it's in the province, then we should be making effort to use it so that we can get faster and more efficient routing of traffic, reduced latency, and improved network resilience. So you know, as government, our internet gateway is through SITA, and all along we have been connecting through Cape Town. So we did request from SITA that we want to connect through the Gqeberha exchange after engaging with East London IDZ. Currently, SITA is resisting, saying, no, we have a plan with the 3, we can't now extend to the others. But remember, the minister sent a circular that if you think you can get a service somewhere cheaper than where SITA is giving you, we must write and request. So we are in that process of trying to see how we can engage the minister, because the Gqeberha Exchange will allow us to give more internet bandwidth to all these sites that we are rolling out, so people can have better access. But at the same time, it's coming at a much reduced cost than what we are paying when we connect through Cape Town. So those are some of the arguments that we are going to feature so that the minister can consider. But we are hoping that we will be able to win and be able to benefit or exploit the Gqeberha Exchange as the exchange for the province. So I think these investments that are in the province, it's us who are in the province that can help to drive them, because we don't expect somebody from outside to drive our investments. So the ball is in our hands to drive our investments so that we can make our province a better place. In terms of citizen-centric ICT services and digital trust, then we are saying that we must be able to meet diverse citizen needs and improve access across all languages and literacy levels. So to do that, then government, we must provide multiple government services via a single digital entry point, so that it's easy for everyone. And issues of data privacy and transparency and continuous improvement through feedback mechanisms to citizens are quite important for everyone. So as a province, we have the e-recruit system that directly is a citizen-facing system. So one of my managers the other time, he is from Mthatha. He was in a combi going to Mthatha. So the people were discussing about government and how government is not delivering services and how money is being eaten by politicians and government officials. Then one of the people in the taxi was saying, hey, people, I understand your frustration, but for me, there's one thing that I'm happy with the government. So the people said, what are you happy with? He said, hey, previously for us to apply for jobs in the province, we would spend a lot of money, post letters and all that. But this e-recruit system, no, I mean, it's a game changer. It's making our life easy and all that. So although everything else was a negative in the taxi, but the e-recruit system alone was a positive. So I felt that was quite a good thing for the province. So, and also just to indicate that this e-recruit system is an internally developed system using our internal resources. So it's quite a good thing. So other than it being available, but it's high availability, a person can apply any time of the night like that. So looking at that, then we are also looking at systems like the digital Home of Legends service portal to provide services to citizens from one single point, the provincial digital identity system based on the roadmap that I have mentioned, smart agriculture support and market access platforms. We have a lot of small-scale farmers in the province. They do a lot of things, but we need to be able to help them to market their things, to understand where their supplies are and where their demand is. So those are some of the things that we can help the small-scale farmers. So most of us in December or around that time, we come from the rural areas. And there's always need to buy gusha for functions and all those things. But remember, those market channels, they are not publicly known. You have to ask, who can sell me a gusha? But we are saying that we can use our digital platforms to publicly market this, so that if I'm going to Mtata, I know that I can book even online to say, man, I'm looking for a gusha, this is how much I want to pay. When I get there, it's ready. I don't have to start looking for it at that point. You know about these smileys. My friends from Bisho, they know. The head of the sheep, it's a delicacy, right? There are women that prepare those things. And if you are coming from Gusha, they are at, yes, you pass there to buy. But those are the things that we can use technology to even help market those things, so that it's not only known by you and me, but even the one who is coming from Free State knows that at this point, this is a facility that is available, and this is what I can do. Issues of tourism and heritage. The province has got a lot of heritage and tourism hotspots, marketing those areas so that when we market them, we can provide more work for our people. And obviously, these things must be integrated, because we must make sure that issues of crime and other difficulties are resolved, so that a person doesn't complain when they get into the province. In terms of security, we all know about how cybersecurity is a foundation for digital government. And we hear about the rising cyber threats, especially targeting government. So we do have national policies and risk management approaches to manage cybersecurity. So as a province, then, we really need to build this cybersecurity culture, so that even for our employees as well as citizens, they are cyber secure in this area. So then, because of that, the province has developed a cyber security framework, which was presented to the cabinet. And then we are also upping the security operations capabilities, because as a province, we do not have a SOC. So we are working with CSIR to use them as our SOC. The DPSA issued this directive on DISO, Department of Information Systems of Department of Information Security Officers, which we have started to ensure that each department has this position filled. There are a few departments that are still struggling, but that's the direction that we are taking to strengthen. But obviously, issues of cyber security awareness are very important. So those are some of the things that we are looking at to ensure that we move. In terms of artificial intelligence, we know that AI is also an important area, especially in government, to enhance government services, in the areas of application development, also promoting ethical and transparent use of AI, and also policy leadership and capacity building in terms of that area. So in the provincial government, currently we are all running on, we have the integrated Microsoft Enterprise Agreement, and through that agreement we are running M365 Copilot for administration. So using that Copilot, we have had some efficiencies in that area, especially in the area of administration, in terms of writing and improving the quality of outputs, and also then the various spreadsheets that we have in government, analyzing those so that they can help towards better planning. As you know, government meetings are every day. And before we had these tools, there were people that were spending hours and hours trying to capture minutes and all that. With the coming of AI and these productivity platforms, that ability has really improved. So as government officials, we have the Provincial Digital Council that is composed of all the IT managers in the province. We meet once every month. Before we started using productivity tools, my own PA, who is the secretariat for the Digital Council, used to struggle. And when I get the minutes, you spend a lot of time because the language and all those things are not well captured. Sometimes you'd get to the other month, the minutes are not ready. But with the productivity tools, that era is gone. We are on top of our minutes, and things are really working much better. So it's also an appeal that I think the technology is there. We must try to utilize it as much as possible to improve the quality of what we do, and also to save time. So all these things that we are looking at, key success factors and enablers then include leadership commitment at every level. As I said, that the motto is digital first. So this digital first approach must not be only for ICT, but for everyone in the province. So when we presented the cybersecurity framework to the cabinet, one of the things that we emphasized is that we must have a cybersecurity champion, even at the level of the HOD, even at the level of the MEC, so that it's not something that people say, no, that's an IT thing. But it's a provincial thing, because if we are attacked by something, everyone suffers. So that's the idea. Leadership must be committed and be involved in ICT. Then governance and funding. Then here we are saying that, you know, ICT, the efficiencies in ICT, they save costs. The challenge that we have is that those saved costs, they don't come back to IT. They go somewhere else. So for example, in the provincial government, even the budgets for travel, accommodation, they are far much less than what it was 3 or 4 years ago, because there are virtual meetings and all this. Budgets for catering, budgets for infrastructure, because most of the province is now on cloud. So the budgets for infrastructure are way down. When we did the analysis 2 years ago, we found that there is over 100 million reduction in infrastructure budget. But those savings, they are not reflecting anywhere under the IT budget. So my budget is still the same one that I had 3 or 4 years ago. So those are the things that we must ensure, that savings produced by ICTs must be channeled back to ICT so that more can be done. I think skills development, we have already talked, is quite important. As a provincial government, we do have the challenge that our officials are poached by national government. So even at OTP, every year we lose about 2 officials to the national government. It sets us back, because then we must restart the process. The last one left only in February. to DCDT. So those are the issues that we have, which means we need to have more in our structures to overcome this. Partners and change management as part of digital transformation, quite an important issue that must be done through from top management up to the bottom. I think this is my last slide. The other issues, I think I've already talked about them in terms of what I've said. So with those colleagues, then I want to say that thank you very much. As we continue with the summit, let's focus on our province and our citizens. Thank you very much.
You'll get used to it, don't worry. We have thought maybe it would be best that instead of giving an opportunity to ask questions now, the presentation by Mr. Mhlaba is very much related. So we'll give him an opportunity to come present, and thereafter we open the opportunity for questions. So because we're supposed to give you a round of applause on your way down, because you're still coming back, yeah. You can sit here for now, please. For those who were not here earlier on, you know, Uayanda would lead us to COO. Mr. Mhlaba will stand up. We start the process all over again. And then after 5 times, we all stand up, we clap for him to come forward. Yes. Stand up, Puti, please. I'm Tino Tag. All the best.
Ndizamile kodwa kuthe kanti ndisakwazi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Uprofe bethe ingayicawe le sifune, so ndinganebulisa nje ndithanda ngegama elihle lomfeli nomvukeli wami uYesu Kristu. Amen. I'm not wearing that hat, program director. And yazi nale portfolio undinika yona uba iportfolio evelaphi, because the truth is that ngenye imini ndandibhale ndathi I hereby beg to apply. Ngoku as titles of public representatives andizithembi ncam, because ke andikaphamisa isandla. Uyandigqwetha kodwa nomhlekazi xa kuthetha inyani. No, it's fine. This thing is intimidating me now. Am I audible? Yes. That's all that matters. So, Mr. Matikeza has done the job for me very easy. And I'm glad you thought of making sure that he speaks before I do. My name is Baphelele Mhlaba. I work for the provincial government and I'm based at the ECTC. So I am a civil servant. Don't listen to that minister thing. I've been asked to speak to the digital economy transformation strategy, which we have been drafting as the ECTC, commissioned and mandated by provincial government. And I heard what you said, and I was grateful that the CIOs who are in this meeting will at least attest that they have seen the strategy before. You were there, Kosi Slobo Sam. I saw Arthur. I don't see him now. Where is he? Okay. So So we've been developing the strategy, and I think this summit is an opportunity for us to talk beyond government about how we're positioning the Eastern Cape in the digital economy transformation strategy, or rather transformation sector. In 2024, the Premier of the Eastern Cape gave us marching orders as a sector, declaring that digital economy will be one of the frontier growth areas for this term of government. That was 2024, on a very cold winter morning in Tabankul. And we are now in 2026. And that strategy, if you can just go to the next slide. I've been given a time, and I'm going to try and be as quick as possible on this. Oyamland, green uthi phambili, red uthini ucima, uthi bumva. All right. Xolweni bethwana. Ndingabe ndithetha nje nge-digital economy transformation strategy. Nami at some point I need a transformation. So ningafika kakhulu. So this is the outline, and ordinarily I would take an hour to take you through this, and I'm going to try and spare you and not do this over an hour. And the reason why it takes about an hour, because we're trying to cram into a 143-page document that we've taken time to make sure that all of the different elements that speaks to digital economy are covered in the document, right? We've been worried about calling it a strategy because you fundis are going to tell us that how do you have a 143-page document and call it a strategy? And then says, "Awuxakeka ke ngosingazi uyithiya lento." Sesiyithile ke ngicela ningabikho clever kunathi. Siyithile lento sathi strategy. Yamkelani oko nikunikwayo. So this is the context. So why do we need one? And I think it's pretty much clear as to why it is required, right? But the strategy itself is holistic. It's all inclusive. It aligns with provincial and national ICT priorities. And what I under Upper Izolo says, BPOs, they cut across, or the sector itself cuts across industry. Is pretty much the same with digital economy. That akukho nto sinothetha ngayo these days. Neegusha zikhona. Uyithandile igusha umhlobo wami. So the challenge that we have with the rural province is that not only are we not able to stretch fiber to the rural areas at the scale at which we want to, the other reality is that we have expensive data costs. We know the history of data must fall. I'm sure ni libele because nikhumbula uFees must fall kuphela. uFees must fall wayahamba newele lakhe data must fall. We're still saying data costs are still high in South Africa for what we want to do. And I know that there are entrepreneurs in this space that are making data far much more affordable for the sector. And there are many ways in which one can do that. Fiber time and this because it's Stellenbosch. But usinike another window of fiber time around what it means to have the township covered by affordable data. Landba ungakwazi uthenga unlimited data nge R5 for a day. Yes, for as long as you are located in a specific area and the targeted townships. Lita is doing the same thing in Tanzania and other areas. And this is a way of making sure that when we say be part of the digital economy journey, as taught sodwa. Because part of the reason why we speak nicely about these things is because the employer buys your laptop, provides you an aircon office, and gives you free Wi-Fi for the whole day. And that's why you speak about these things so easily. The reality is that we've been trying to replicate that to those that are unable to get access. And so the drive has to go there, right? And this is why we talk about the digital economy transformation strategy as a province, is that we want to make it to be largely available even to the rural population. Ubukiwe, Untlemeza, I call her Solange, when I posted on Facebook about speaking at this conference, so she comments on my wall and she says, it's very interesting that you speak about connecting the rural population in a province such as Eastern Cape. It would be interesting to have a discussion about skills development. And I was thinking, how I so wish that she could have been part of the conversation yesterday when we went at length about BPO skills. And one of the things that I will talk about much later in the conversation when I get to the pillar that speak about skills is how digital skills are pretty much relevant in every other sector. And I'll make mention of BPO when I get to it. So the unique position of the Eastern Cape in South Africa's digital economy, we've cornered it into 6 elements, right? And based on our population, which is, this thing about, it was the 2nd largest, right? So I think August is number 4. Oh, by the way, that document was developed in 2024. So ndinifundele into ebhalweyo. So izinto ziyachinja over time because as LinkedIn. So we are now in terms of national population targets, we're sitting at number 4, right? Because we've been overtaken by the Western Cape. So we can go back and verify those numbers, but I know KZN, Gauteng, and Western Cape are ahead of us in terms of population. We've got quite a significant number of young people that are under 25, that this technology and digital space that we're talking about, it comes to them naturally. Ungaburiske kakhulu uba ungasolo kushiya ifoni yakho nomntanakho. Ungafike enze ezinye izinto engakhange azifundiswe nguwe phaa kulaa phone yakho. We have 4 universities, which is Zezinizaziyo. And we are the only province actually in South Africa that has that capability. Which actually says that we have not really been taking advantage. And Gazbali, the 8 TVET colleges. I'm just saying, of the other provinces, we're the one province that has got 4 universities. We have 2 operational SEZs. Island and IDZ, I think these 2 days, Chair, you've told your story. And I don't think anyone now does not know what the Islanda IDZ contributes to the digital economy space. And we're thankful for that, colleagues, because you've actually put us on the map in terms of the things that we're doing. And yesterday we were talking about the stimulus fund, which the Premier, when he was MEC, introduced, and now we see some of the value that is accrued as a result of the stimulus fund. And we can talk with pride that we now, as government, have financed and built a data center that's compatible with some of the best in the world. And we look forward to assisting you with ensuring that you get more of the tenants in there as part of our digital economy promotion strategy. And I equally know that the Ngqura, or the Kucha SZ is also doing a number of initiatives around digital economy, and equally they're in the process of being targeted for one of the biggest data centers in Southern Africa. There's a dual auto cluster, which is the location between Ukombo and Gqeberha, right, which creates a digital industrial demand. And one of the things that we did not know for some time was the technology hub that Mercedes-Benz runs here in East London. and they develop digital solutions for the entire globe sitting here in East London. These are skills that are in the province that are servicing globally the global group of Mercedes-Benz. And it's one of the things that we think that we really don't want to lose them because they give us a unique aspect of the value proposition for the province. Then we have an iconic structure that sits somewhere kwaMaqoma, and inkonzo yenu ke anika transform ne so ngizawumane nisebenza ngamagama akudala nincetsana nani. KwaMaqoma is Fort Beaufort, and we've identified that campus as a digital campus that we want to invest with education in it. Last week, we launched an innovation classroom there, opening Amatola West District schools to robotics training in KwaMaqoma. And this is part of the things that we are saying. We are not leaving the hinterland behind when we talk about digital economy. And we're doing this in partnership with the private sector. And there's the urban-rural continuum, and I think I've spoken at length about it. So what is the uniqueness of the Eastern Cape? Nansi Gauteng ndithetha ngayo namhlanje, nansi Eastern Cape nansi Western Cape zawuthetha nge-Eastern Cape. That the reality is that it's only the Eastern Cape that has 2 digital ready SEZs. It's only the Eastern Cape that has a 28% wage discount plus a university base. We have a dual auto cluster, and we still think that our value proposition that we bring forward on digital economy is based on our competitive advantage. That's the policy and planning landscape. These are the things that we've had to consider. Now, I want you to understand how we ended up with 143 pages. Because if we were to truly consider all of those, the national and provincial frameworks as well as the global sector frameworks, there's no way you can cram all of that into a 30-page strategy, which is what is ideal in the modern world. And so we've considered all of those things, from the National Development Plan, from the Digital Economy Master Plan, from SA Connect, Digital Futures, the National ICT Policy White Paper. I'm not going to talk about the AI policy, because ndiyayazi ba nifuna uthetha ngayo asikho kuyo besikhona nje ke kodwa because we've made our inputs there. The PEDS, the Broadband Master Plan, the Digital Economy Diagnostics at EXEC, and the Provincial Telecoms Position Paper. Nation njengehlala phecelwa kwami maningayithethi lento publicly nation. Masiyeke u-DCDT azityobele laa nto ayenzile phantse ndathetha into ezingathethwayo mandigqithe nakwesi slide futhi. So that's the landscape, colleagues. And what are the key constraints to the digital economy? We've got an infrastructure gap, and I think we're well aware about this, right? There is, as of 2024, a 3% connectivity to fiber to the home. And this is in comparison to 87% in China. So sometimes we want to compare ourselves to the best in the world. But the reality is that our infrastructure constraints don't really allow us to fully compete with first world economies. And we're quite well aware of this. And this is part of the reason why the broadband project continues to be relevant, despite and in spite of everything else. And Nation has gone at length to tell you what we've been able to do through the broadband project, that we now have more than 2,000 sites that are connected. And we really want to be able to grow that, because when we grow fiber to public facilities, apha endleleni sidibanisa ne-communities. And it's quite important that we be the first ones as government that invest so that private sector can also come to the party. And I know my colleagues at MTN, at Vodacom, at Telkom will not forgive me if I don't mention that they've really truly come to the party. We've, for the last 3 investment conferences, gone public on how much money that they're putting on the ground in terms of strengthening the backbone and ensuring that we get an increased connectivity as a province. It may not be fiber, probably it will be fiber when we talk telecom and what they've been able to do through OpenServe. But Kwabanye is ensuring that we've got coverage right throughout the province. And I know that there are others that are also coming through from a satellite connectivity, but these are the constraints that we face. We have also a very tight regulatory and enabling environment, right? We've got institutional oversight and a monopoly of SOEs. We've got constantly changing policies. We've got a rural connectivity gap, and we've got a pro-competitive environment, which is regulated by ICASA. And those are the numbers that matter when we talk about the digital economy strategy. So when we talk about this, we're looking for partners that are going to be able to assist us to make sure that we grow that 60% of Eastern Cape citizens that have got access to the internet to at least that 87% of China. We're not going to do it alone. We need everyone who's in the telecom space, including the others that I didn't mention. But if Space 42 was in the room, they did indicate that they are coming to the summit. I would also challenge them to come to this party. They already have a presence through the Department of Education, and we want them to invest in ensuring that we've got satellite connectivity that gets into the rural areas and make sure that our people have connectivity where they are. Sifuna unyusa la 3.2%, iphansi kakhulu nation. And we're still ranked number 38 out of 57 as in Africa for the cheapest 1 gig of data. Our data costs in 2024 were $3.5, and that was significantly down by 67% compared to 2014. I've seen, because I use 2 networks, which I'm not going to say which they are for obvious reasons, but I've seen how they compete now to bring the data costs down. But some of the campaigns that they run are really misleading. You can think that you're buying a very good 20 gig only to realize that it was only for 5 days. And you're 100 Rand off. So we have in South Africa 200 billion that has been invested in fiber and data centers, and we've added to that. So I'm going to change that number, program director, include the one that is Gboyenza, and it's going to look better by the time Premier speaks at length to the strategy. So there's a market demand and infrastructure analysis that we've done in the strategy, and those are the numbers, right? Where we're saying we've got 14 municipalities that are still outside of our SA Connect and OTP focus in terms of projects. When Unation was presented, I'm sure you could see the clustering of the dots, and the areas where there was like a little dot on the slide. I'm getting intimidated. So let me go. Nation has spoken at length about this. This is what he spoke to. This is just a different slide saying exactly the same thing that Nation was saying, except that it's showing the 2 Africa undersea cable that goes and lands in Roja. We're looking forward to one that's going to land here at the East London IDZ. We have a target against it in the strategy. These are the 4 pillars that I'll speak to, and I'm going to try and summarize this in the phansi, because when uvimba abantu information, so on digital readiness, we really want to talk to the connectivity aspect, fiber to the home and everything else. We've got a second pillar, which is digital development. These are the infrastructure extensions. This is us prioritizing education and health and having digital payment systems. Siyazibona ngos-Oikhoka nabanye, they are there. This is us equally talking about having a device refurbishment plant, hopefully up Iceland and IDZ. This is us talking to telehealth. This is us talking to digital data strategy. HMS2 is already spoken about to nation. The third pillar is the digital future. And the digital future was also equally expanded at length at the G20 digital working groups last year. And we've taken those inputs into the strategy to make sure that we really close the gap on digital access. We have digital opportunity as the fourth one. Sawfika kudala ke pha kwi-ICT curriculum ne-illiteracy. One thing that's going to make us get there quicker is to adopt the industry approach to training, as opposed to the current method in which we approach curriculum from a government perspective. And I think you've seen this, that pretty much most of the companies have got academies. We've got Sixo Academy here. Every other OEM has got an academy that prepares people for the workplace environment, including Mercedes-Benz. You can go and do your engineering, but before they appoint you, they take you through the academy to make sure that you're ready for the environment. So our approach is thinking, we partner with industry, we adopt their specific skills focus in training, and the BPO sector has also given us a mammoth task. The rate at which they are growing, we can't be able to do that if we're thinking degrees, if we're thinking learnerships. We need to think differently about how we make sure that we get 5,000 young people ready in the next 18 months, that the sector says by 2028, they want to be able to have 5,000 young people absorbed in the sector, in the PPO sector in the Eastern Cape. So it's an opportunity for unemployed graduates that we take them through on a 3 months workplace readiness program, that they can be able to participate there. It's also an opportunity for those that have completed matric and so on. So the digital skills drive can't wait for a strategy. It has to happen. And pretty much like the digital strategy, most of the things that I hear, colleagues, is what Nation was speaking about. And let me just show you why I'm saying this. So in 2025, we went on this journey. We are now in 2026. In 2026, we're publishing the strategy that I am presenting to you. SA Connect goes into SA Connect 2, and we want to attract, we said we want to attract another high-profile investor to set up in the province. And this is what we're talking to when we're talking about Coastal One, which will come after this London one. And if you go up there, you will see that we want to launch a contractor development program, which is sitting on an electronic profile. We want to be able to launch a provincial trade and e-commerce portal. We want to be able to have dashboards that speaks to the SharePoint capability that we have, because pretty much all our data is now sitting in the cloud. I don't know, is there any other department, Nation, that still has an on-site?
For legacy systems.
Yes, for legacy systems, all right. But the future for us as a province, as I'm confirming with the CIO, is digital. We're moving towards a digital world. So the things that we're saying to you are not theory. They are happening right now. And we're really asking every CIO that's in the room, we want to challenge them to be able to bring one innovative product into their department, into their municipal space, into their entity space. That is converting what we used to do previously manually and now offering it, firstly digitally within the environment, and hopefully we would be able to make those to be customer facing as well, which is going to the citizens that we serve. That is the trajectory to 2034. In 2033, we are indeed talking about an Eastern Cape top exporter of digital skills to South Africa and to Africa. Behleli apha province. The idea of us training and the idea of us equipping young people on digital skills is we want to curb out migration. We want them to be able to service international clients, belapha Eastern Cape, not for them to leave to London. We're not doing that. We're doing them so that's why it's critical for us to invest in infrastructure and do everything that we're doing to make sure that we are connected, our uptime is proper, our energy security is proper, and everything else is proper so that we can service the world from the Eastern Cape. Mandiphela apha Mhlekazi, ndingakaxabani now. But I did want to tell them that there are other things that industry is doing that we are considering in this strategy. And we know that what is happening at the Cortex Hub, what is happening at the University of Fort Hare on agentic economy, and all of the other things that lo mfana mncinci bethetha ngazo pha, umfana uzawufunela umfazi. Zonke zanto ebethetha ngazo lo mfana, we need to be ready for them. Because we can't just be relevant to our environment as government. When we do a strategy, it's a strategy for the province, which includes the private sector, which includes industry, which includes unemployed graduates, which includes entrepreneurs that are in the digital space. It's not digital economy unless someone in the Eastern Cape is making money from the digital sector. As government, we don't make money from the digital sector. It's citizens that must be enabled to make money from the sector. Then we call it digital economy. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much to Mr. Mhlaba and the CIO. I see the future is bright. There's quite a lot that is happening in the province. It goes back to what the Premier was saying yesterday. There's quite a lot of planning and nice documents that are being developed. There's a planned future, but we need to implement like yesterday. I'll open this opportunity. We've got another 7 minutes before we break for tea. If there's anyone who would like to make a contribution or a question, I will take 3 hands for now. Okay, there's 4 or 5. I'll take 5 hands. And then, okay, I will take you, Ayanda, as well. So we start with Chris. Then there's a second hand there. Oh, I did not notice. 3, 4. Okay, no. Is that Chris? I will just take 1 round of questions. I've noted Ayanda and Ms. Mtins.
All right, thank you. I want to try and put an image in everyone's mind. So when you see a nursery school and these kids have been sitting in class the whole day and they have break time and they run to the sand pit and then the teacher throws the toys in and these kids scramble and go crazy and start playing and build their own things. They build Lego, they all doing their thing. Now what the IDZ has done is we've built the infrastructure and the digital capability, which is the sand pit. Now we've got government that has challenges and projects and a lot of initiatives that we aligned to basically solve those challenges. And the problem, and I've spoken to a lot of you in your respective departments, and you also, how I wish we could ask the IDZ to assist us with this, how we wish you could solve this challenge for us, or you could give us a solution for this. And there's a blockage. How do we create a mechanism where the departments can come and pour the toys out, or the challenges, into our sandpit that we've developed, so that we've got our team, our departments, and our young innovators that are being trained on digital skills through the Science Park? How do we get our hands on those projects so that we can help solve those? I think that's just the part that we've halfway come there, and we've built everything, and we're ready. Government knows what the challenges are. How do we get it into the hands of people that can actually try and create those solutions? Thanks.
Thank you. There's a hand there. There was a hand there.
Morning, colleagues. I'm James Rotenberg from the Treasury, from the financial system side. Both these presentations are so inspiring, and thank you very much to both of our speakers. And I just want to tie it back to yesterday. I know you started, Chair, with some reflections on yesterday, and when I got home last night, I was talking to my wife, and I said, the two afternoon discussion panels, and I was too slow to raise my hand, the session already ended, but the linkage between the two, something that perhaps we didn't take time to discuss on, and it was fantastic now as we spoke about the digital transformation strategy. I could see that linkage coming out so clearly, because what the entrepreneurs need, remember the final discussion panel was around entrepreneurs, what they need is, they don't just need funding and skills, they need clients, they need business opportunities. And the whole first session panel discussion around the BPO and all of the amazing, perhaps unsung successes of the province and the country in the BPO space, number 3 in the world, all of these client bases we're building, exactly what is being said now, that we don't want people to leave, we want the clients to come to us, because we've got this amazing opportunity, this amazing position where we are in the world, that we can service both the West and the East where we're based, as well as those within our own meridian. So I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that I wanted to get to a place where we're not just seeking funding for entrepreneurs, where we're actually seeing them gain clients. Yes, they may need funding to start up and to start to develop themselves and build, but ultimately what's going to take us forward is this digital economy, where people come to us saying, you've got the skills, you've got the expertise, we need you young people to work for us, because we want them to come and take things forward, and where the entrepreneurs with their startups don't just get stuck in the startup space, but they become established businesses with large client bases, and the economy goes forward. So I love what's been said in the digital transformation strategy. Thank you so much. It's amazing, sir, what you put together and the vision that there is. But what I suppose in summary, I want to see the first panel discussion and the second panel discussion from yesterday tied together, that our young entrepreneurs don't just get funding, but they have stable and ever-growing client bases, and that there's so much room and growth for our entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is directed to Mr. Mhlaba, and it's also part of the strategic framework and the digital readiness and the digital opportunity. So we want to ask that, as part of the strategy, is there a way that the unemployed graduates or the stay-at-home matriculants that want to actually acquire digital skills without actually applying for jobs, just sitting at home? For example, if I was at home, and however, I want to have digital skills and apply for jobs, is there, as part of the strategy, an investment or a plan in which we can acquire those skills without actually applying for a job? Because what I've heard is there will be skills drive if, however, you're applying for jobs and work readiness coaching. So if, however, I'm a stay-at-home or Mdantsane, and I want to actually acquire the skills and then apply for my own jobs, which are not maybe at my exposure at the time, but to have the skills to apply. So as part of the strategy, is there an investment or any endeavors in that regard? And this is regarding a bigger problem that we're facing in the South African economy of the low skills equilibrium, where there are more skills demanded rather than the supply of skills. And this is a problem that we've actually also identified in the solution that we as the company, which I'm working for, India Kanya Institute, that we're trying to recruit non-ICT graduates for our solution, but however, they do lack digital skills, and while they graduates and some of them are stayed home, but however, they do have the expertise. And thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Khamngana?
Thank you very much to the two speakers for the presentation. I want to go back to your vision, nation. And for me, there's two fundamental things. I'm looking at government holistically. And part of what government is trying to do on the economic development side is to create SMMEs or entrepreneurs that are independent, but find ways of facilitating or supporting them to actually become competitive. One of the things that come to my mind in terms of what technology can do is the creation of our very own Eastern Cape Alibaba as an example. A trade platform, an e-commerce platform, an export facilitation platform, a logistics platform that could support entrepreneurs in different sectors. When you look at what you're doing on ECDC around crafts, but if you are not helping those people to actually access markets and have ease of getting their product to market, then you are not doing you're not helping them through their whole growth value chain. So I do think as we talk about technology solutions and we talk about the apps that we need to develop, we do need to not only be internally focused in terms of government, but look at how can we enable entrepreneurs to become independent. And I think that's one aspect I would love for us to look into, because it talks to the economic development aspect of things. It uses technology to support technical industries. The second one for me, and okay, I don't see the deputy mayor. She was in the room earlier on, but one of the things for me that when we're talking government and we're talking systems enablement is the whole thing around your smart cities. We can't be talking a digital transformation strategy for the province or digitization of the province if we cannot even take one municipality as a pilot, where we stitch. The mayor was saying yesterday that they're starting to look at technology, infrastructure to curb crime, to do this. So those are smart elements within the city. But why is it that as part of the digital transformation strategy or as part of trying to digitize this province, why is it that we do not set a target of saying, out of all of the municipalities, we will put an ecosystem that would support 1 or 2 municipalities to actually become our test pilot for what would become a smart city? Because it then creates what I would call a prototype that we can build on. It creates what would be value derived from even the infrastructure that you're putting in your schools, in your government, the whole broadband infrastructure. So for me, I think it becomes important that we look at small projects like those that would get us to see the whole ecosystem actually being transformed and benefiting from the investments that we're making as government. Thank you.
Thank you. There's 2 there.
Thank you, moderator. I think my colleagues has already put some of the questions. I think I will first appreciate the presentation from Mr. Mhlaba. I won't say much about the CIO because he is representing us as a council. We have made inputs on the strategy department, and I just needed to check how far are we, has it been approved, because we are also, there's an expectation that we align our 3-year plans with the strategy, especially focusing on the digital transformation for the departments. And also we were challenged yesterday by the Premier to say, what are we doing to, that value add as departments to, develop the solutions that will add value to communities, especially for COGTA. I think COGTA, from the traditional affairs side where we community facing, we focus on, the initiations, where we build a solution for registering the traditional surgeons, allow the initiates register themselves, linking to the surgeons so that we are in a position to have an understanding on how, surgeons with initiate, how many initiated are linked to surgeons and those surgeons that are not registered. So it's easier to be able to monitor, because at the moment it's just manual and it's not easy to really monitor those. So I think, yes, for me, it's just to get that clarity in terms of where are we with the strategy in terms of the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Two hands, the last ones there. Are you late? Late.
Okay.
Pa Ms. Mtinsi and Ayanda. I'll give you an opportunity.
Thank you very much and good morning, everyone. My question is on the citizen-centric ICT services. Of special interest is that single entry, entry point for access to government services. I want to find out, do we have that in place? If not, what is the plan, or rather, how far are we towards accessing that? Because that was going to be very beneficial, not just for ordinary citizens, but for the business community as well. So I'm interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ayanda from the East London IDZ. Thank you so much for the great presentations. I think mine firstly relates to the first presentation by Mr. Matikiza on the SA Connect. I do know that currently there's a lot of challenges in terms of connectivity in the province because we crisscross as the STP in running programs. So it's quite interesting to see the stats vis-a-vis the actuality on the ground. So I don't know I wanted just to check, do we have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism to check whether the connectivity that is, reflected in terms of statistics is basically, the actual that is taking place on the ground? Because I get a sense, we may have the stats, but in terms of the actual connectivity, we may be, still have a challenge around that. I think the second one relates to the solutions that I think colleagues have already spoken to. Solutions, they do exist. SMMEs, I think a lot has been spoken around that SMMEs, they do have the solutions. But I think the key challenge really is accessing the opportunities for them to really pilot and implement these kinds of solutions. I wanted just to check, if the Pidgito Council, if it has an appetite to allow, a platform for the innovators who've got these, solutions to present these kinds of solutions. Because it's always a challenge for our SMMEs. When they develop a solutions, they have to go to Department A, Department B, and they're really thrown from a pillar, pillar to post. At least in the Pidgito Council, everyone is there. I think it's a very good platform for them to really, present their solution. And then the second question, I think, is the other question is on the second presentation. I think it's quite a very good presentation as well. On the policy considerations, I did not see the reflection on the 4IR Commission report. In 2019, the President set up a commission. And I think it really came up with very good recommendations in terms of how we can move forward as a country in relation to the developments that are taking place in the sector. And what is nice about that commission is really an inclusive commission. So academia, the private sector, government, everyone is represented. So I didn't see perhaps some of the reflections, including the recommendations. I do know that the specific recommendations that the commission had actually highlighted, and I saw that in the policy considerations in terms of your reflections. Perhaps those are the areas that maybe going forward we can look at. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot. I think I'll give you guys the opportunity to respond to the questions. You can sit down, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the questions. I will try those that relate to my presentation and then hand over to Mtlegas to do his. And some of the questions which relate to departments, I may ask some of my colleagues in the meeting to also talk about them. There was a question from Chris about how IDZ can, with the infrastructure and the developments that have been done, how it can provide solutions to government. I would say that I think that's a welcome idea, and we need more engagement between government departments and the East London IDZ. I think the colleague has also mentioned the issue of the Digital Council. So perhaps then we need to have like a quarterly session in the Digital Council where East London ITZ can come and just update us on what is going on. And in the session also you'll be able to hear about our challenges and perhaps say how some of those challenges you can meet them. I think the advantage we have is that East London ITZ is an entity of government, so it's easier then to engage as the provincial government. So I think we should be able to move. Chris sent me a message to say he's making a presentation on East London ITZ as a SOC. So we are really interested to hear about that, because that's the area that we do have a challenge in terms of capacity as a province. Then there was a question about the government creating, assisting independent SMMEs by creating an EC Alibaba to help SMMEs access markets and like that. I think it's quite a brilliant idea. Obviously, as government, we may not be able to do it on our own, but with partnerships, I think it's something that can work. And the way I'm looking at it, you may find that it's not only saving Eastern Cape, it may even save the whole country. And I think let's engage further and see how we can perhaps get support from partnerships and drive it in the province. And then single entry point for government services, how far are we? So remember that the idea of a single entry point for government partly also was driven by the digital transformation roadmap that the presidency issued. We have had discussions at the National Digital Council, especially the approach, because remember we have a number of provinces and national departments to say how does this work. So we are still in that planning and consultation stage, because as a country, the idea in terms of planning was well developed by the Western Cape, and then it was shared by DPSA, and then discussed at the National Digital Council. So the idea is that perhaps what the Western Cape has done may be used as a national platform. So we still need to discuss whether, if there is that national platform, whether it makes sense for each province to have its own platform, or we must all embrace that national platform and get it going. Yeah, but we still need to sort of study and understand the operating environment and also the needs, so that our solution meets the needs of citizens. SA Connect monitoring and evaluation system, stats versus actual. So you remember that the first phase of SA Connect, where they were targeting sites in OR Tambo, they connected about 177 sites. But I must admit that maintenance of those sites was a challenge because government contracted a service provider who came to install and then left. In a number of cases, the institutions were saying the person came and installed and then disappeared. They don't know how they should even use the system or who they must call when they have a problem. So it had a problem. We did our own assessment. We found that there were only about 52% of the sites that were working because of different issues. In the phase 2, the SA Connect is being implemented through the social obligations, where the telcos are the ones implementing and maintaining those connectivity sites for a period of 12 years. So because the sites are handed over to the telcos, there's assurance that in terms of maintenance and making sure that the sites are working, that portion will be managed properly, because the service provider then is obligated to ensure that their sites are running all the time and even provide the statistics. At the moment, I think the challenge we have is that when we are looking for progress reports, the project is managed by DCDT. Then DCDT liaises with the HODs of the national departments like education, health, COCTA. So when we ask for these reports, they say, no, you must go to the HODs, and the HODs must refer us to the person responsible in that department. So it's a bit of a challenge, but the actual telcos, we communicate easily. So they do give us the stats of their progress. So on that basis, then we are able to follow up what is going on directly with MTN, Vodacom, and the service providers. So the 3,912 sites will definitely be delivered, and we'll be able to, in due time, we'll be able to indicate where these sites are, who is managing them, and even get statistics of how many users are connecting to these sites and the utilization rates. There was a question. Okay, solutions, access, Digital Council appetite to accept. Yeah, I think that's also another good suggestion. I think maybe we can have like a day that we just invite all the service providers to present what they have, so that everyone has an opportunity, and the provincial government has access to this. And I think it would be nice that this day is not only for provincial government, but even the municipalities, entities, they participate so that everyone is aware of what is happening. So we will discuss with the local government ICT council. I'm glad that Ms. Swaka is here, so that we can look at planning for such an event, try it for the first time, and based on its success, we can then have it as an annual event where information on such things can be provided. As a provincial government, we do have areas of difficulties where perhaps if we related those difficulties to service providers, they will be able to come up with solutions to meet our needs. I think those were some of the questions that I had. Let's see. I'll hand over to Mr. Mhlaba.
Thank you, CIO. There are quite a number of questions that I think the nation has tried to respond to. which leaves me with probably three, right? Let me deal with the first one. Ndizawuqala apha kuwe, ma'am. Ngase ndikucula le ngoma. Ndithi kudala ndikufuna. Umntu andidibanisa nomasipala. The digital economic transformation strategy is going through clusters and cabinet. We have actually gone through already to ndikhangela igama eli-right, because if I say just kid, ndithetha nabantu abambalwa. It's already gone to governance. It's already gone to economic development. So sikwi process esicinga into yoba sakunika cabinet resolution very soon on the strategy. Part of what we're doing here is recommendations of clusters to say, let's talk about it more, let's socialize it, let's get more inputs. So your inputs were already considered. In fact, I was going to show you much later in the presentation, but we can have that conversation at the PG2 Council. But one of the limitations, part of the reason why I'm saying it's quite critical that we get local government as a sphere, as a focus, is to get what Ayanda is raising. Because it's actually one thing for us to get the infrastructure ready, we get the skills ready, yet the environment in which people live in is not ready. So when you talk about an ecosystem that's actually ready and is responsive, it means a number of things, that some of those things we can really do well at a municipal level. We spoke, for instance, yes, about SharePoint dashboards that are linked to SharePoint. But in real terms, we need to be having, at this day and age, we need to be having a citizen engagement platform in every municipality. You don't want a provincial government that handles pothole complaints. Potholes are in municipalities. We should be able to see one, take a picture of one, and upload them on an app that gives us the geolocation, the date stamp, and it gives you the ref number by SMS, and tells you in a week whether that indeed has been responded to, or how far is it being responded to. This is what technology is supposed to do. So municipalities are supposed to be, by now, having those citizen engagement platforms available to our citizenry. Second thing linked to that is, and this is how we prepare the ecosystem. The second real thing that we have, which is talking to wena Mhlazi. Usuka eZibeleni? Okay. It's yinto ethi reaching out to young people is always going to be complex, but what makes it easy for us is that they spend most of their time on social media. So when you're looking for young people, you can't be advertising on a newspaper. We need to go to TikTok and find them there, and go to Facebook and find them there. And I'm happy, Program Director, that this particular session is actually currently live on Facebook. And therefore, someone who's not here but who has got data and a device, part of a privileged few can be able to access these conversations that we're having. What it assists us to do, and which was one of the things that we need to master, is how do we get ndibone veteran ke ehleli phan funa ukwenza umzekelo ngayo umXazi so bhebhe Mhlazi ndithena nawe uformer CEO wase ECDC lowa. So I'm very happy that he still makes time to come to the province and join us on these conversations. I'm happy he didn't ask any questions. But now I can make an example about him. If I follow his timeline on Facebook, And most of the things that he sometimes posts on is talking to hustlers. He calls them hustlers. We call them SMMEs because we're formal people who are government. He calls them hustlers. Is to convert the amount of time that we spend on social media, sixoxa abantu, to move that time and energy and data cost to speak about how do we participate in the economy. You're already there. You're already paying MTN, Vodacom, and Cell C and your fiber network to be there on the platform. But there we make people trend, right? But we could be having a conversation on that platform, similar to having a debate on Twitter that is targeted on that, so that we can have conversations, not just in writing, but not just through podcasts, because the other difficulty with podcasts is that you don't have the rest of the people engaging. But on Twitter, you can open a session and talk and have a conversation that people can participate in. So as much as I was saying, we have 3.2% people that are covered by fiber to the home. We equally have 60% of people that have access to the internet. I would be happier if I would be able to say to the 60% of people connected to the internet to have an economic participation engagement with them, which does not talk about Tina Bantu and Tina Masebe and all of these other things that we speak about when we're on social media. Because if we're going to reach out to the person sitting at home who has a device, is we're going to take this conversation to him at home, right? There are those that who don't have devices. Part of this strategy is actually literally aimed at ensuring that we get the people who are not economically active to be economically active. Part of it is education, part of it is information dissemination, part of it is changing the conversation. And that speaks to the psyche of our people. One of the things I've learned this week is when I was talking to the agents that are sitting in BPOs, who come from Lusikisiki, who come from Chachu, who come from every other place in this province, and they're in Gqeberha, right? And when we're talking to them, they come from all disciplines, all kinds of faculties, and all kinds of education backgrounds, but they are agents. We used to call them call center agents. But what I picked up, Ayanda, is that environment is most ideal to not just train discipline, but equally to get our young people to be tested on their temperament. The kind of pressure that they go through, if they succeed in that environment, they can succeed anywhere. Most of you get actually calls from these call center young people. And I don't want to repeat some of the things you say, Claudine Tetanab. But please be kind to them. Because as much as you may not have time because you're busy, there's nothing that beats being courteous. Those young people, they face a lot of pressure. If you look at the targets that they must have, they really truly earn their money. Now, the one thing that they said, I'm tying up now the panels yesterday to this panel. One of the things that was said here, which is some of the things that we don't talk about, is that our young people are not a challenge. Our young people are an opportunity waiting to be discovered. 2, most of the BPOs that are moving to the Eastern Cape are moving to the Eastern Cape because there's less absenteeism at work. Our young people in this province are diligent in doing the work. They are outperforming some of their peers that are in Cape Town and Gauteng on international markets in terms of services that they provide. Until such time, sitting nomnguma neyamatole to lay out fiber and attract a BPO center that's going to be located in those municipalities. But for now, they are there, right? So the issue for me is always going to be, as government who has resources, when I speak about access, it's my duty to take access to the people. It can't be people who are struggling to get to me, because I sit with their taxpayers. I should be able to make means to reach out and get to them. So one of the things, Chris, that we now have an opportunity on, for the past 2 months, we've been talking to Microsoft. They've just reopened their partnership opportunity, and I think it's going to close very soon, for these entrepreneurs you're talking about that are willing to develop solutions for some of the problems we have, to be engaged as Microsoft partners. He's spending millions on that agreement next to me. This man signs big money. I may be wearing a tie, but hey, I don't sign the monies that he signs. So for all the money that he's signing out, for all of us to have access to Microsoft, we should be actually getting a return on investment for that investment. So having young people that are here at the Science and Technology Park that can develop solutions that we can put on Azure Marketplace and get these young people to earn money, so that when we open that platform for them to come and present what they do, they are already engaged. They have a way in which they can sell their solution, because an Azure Marketplace will open an opportunity for them not to go to tender, but for them, as you have in Google Play as well as on Apple, you can list your solution there on Microsoft and get people to buy it through the enterprise agreement that we have as provincial government with Microsoft. That's one opportunity. So I know most of the time we are expected to be the ones that disseminate this information, but business people who actually have successful businesses, they do the selling. They go out and they make sales. But we understand our environment. Not everyone has the money. Not everyone has the understanding and the information in terms of these kind of things that are happening. Bakhona nabalapha endlini qha bathule bajonge phansi because bafihle IP. They will never tell you what they are doing, but they are here. And I know some of the solutions that they are developing, thanks to the Island and ITZ and other entities that are giving them the initial capital to stay afloat, develop these solutions. But when they're done, when these solutions are available, we want to talk to everyone who does business with the Eastern Cape government to give them an opportunity, whether it's MTN, it's Vodacom, it's Microsoft, it's whoever else we spend money on. That return on investment has to be about opening those networks for them to be able to sell their solutions to them. So lastly, as part of what we're doing, we are going to be, we host, thanks to the private sector, we host the annual ICT Summit in the Eastern Cape province. And part of what the private sector does is to open the opportunity for SMMEs to exhibit what they do at the summit. And I will be calling on the Island and ITZ to sponsor an exhibition stand for their SMMEs, because unfortunately it's private sector that's doing it, so it's for sale. Kuha to do the same thing as ECDC will do the same thing, and other government departments who can have 200,000 to buy exhibition space, or 150 or 100, whatever it costs, to buy exhibition space for SMMEs to come and tell those that could be future clients what they're actually doing, expose their solution, do a video, put it out there, so that the traffic, when it goes through, it sees what you're doing. So we are really at pains that we truly want to make sure that every citizen of the Eastern Cape becomes part of the journey. And the way we do that is going to change conversations, is going to remodel our psyche, is going to encourage everyone else to be on TikTok for the right reasons. And it's going to take time, but if the 2 million people in the Eastern Cape that are not economically active can be economically active on social media, we could go a long way. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you. Thanks a lot to the CIO and the Minister for your contributions and your preparations and the questions. Before we go for a 10 minutes stretch break, and maybe those who would like to have a cup of coffee, there's coffee served on the other side. I think I've been picking up a few things, as a closing remark from me, out of this discussion. One, I think there is a need for a connectivity in Ndaba within the province. We don't seem to be aware of some of the initiatives and the connectivity options out there for us to be able to service, especially local government. So I've always, I've been concerned actually by the state of our local government. And I don't think there is anything that is being done actually intentionally to resolve some of the problems that are there. And I think it's a policy issue that we need to look at. We, at some stage, as IDZ, we went as far as talking to districts, municipalities to say, look, come to us, let us host you. We do a POC so that we get an understanding of what is required to connect a district. We will cost it and we'll go talk to government, And that one alone was difficult because coming from IDZ. It's not coming from the office of the Premier or someone else. But the reality is that as long as we do not fix a local government, it will be a talk show forever and ever. The last thing I think maybe a nation that maybe we need to look at, I'm glad that at some stage the office of the Premier approached us and they said, look, come up with a proposal for consolidation of services and shared services, because we can't talk about single entry when we work in silos. It's just not going to happen. Maybe the way we have structured our ICTs within provincial government, it's problematic. There's definitely no way you will get value out of it. If you think about it, as an ICT manager, the first thing that I would do is to look at reducing costs. But the moment I do that, I'm not going to get that money back to reinvest. So there is a structural issue that we need to look at. You get to a department like social development, where they've got brilliant software developers. They come up with brilliant solutions, and COGTA does not have any. COGTA has to go out and look for a service provider when there is a solution within government. So I guess it is actually a structural issue that we need to consider and maybe come up with clusters. We know that within government there is a cluster for networking, for cybersecurity, because it is not possible that all of us will have brilliant security officers within the organization. And as long as we don't do that and we don't come up with those clusters, and then it becomes even more difficult to tap into the local skills that are already available, like the digital hub. But it would have been easier if we've got a cluster for a particular solution, and that cluster then becomes responsible for creating jobs to these SMMEs. I think it's something that maybe nation, when we meet again at the Steercom, that we consider and come up with an implementation plan for the strategy. Other than that, thank you very much, colleagues. We've agreed that we'll give them a round of applause until they get to their chairs, and then we take a 10 minutes break, and then we come back. We only have 2 other speakers after the break, and they are not long sessions at all. Thank you very much. Please, COO, lead us. Okay. Okay. Kaloku clap until thank you. We can take a break now. It's 20 to 12. If we can come back at 10 to. Thank you. I think we need to get back to our program. When we started, I did not acknowledge our board members. I apologize for that. I know a lot is at stake. I hope they forgive me, the CEO. Welcome, Prasid. Prasid is the director of ICT Choice, one of our resellers. Yesterday they were bragging that they are #1 reseller. So we appreciate you being with us today. And there's quite a lot of other people that are here. I'll leave that to the board deputy chair to address later on. I did mention that we've got Fortinet amongst us. We're going to talk about SSC Gateway in the Eastern Cape at a later stage. But I must mention that after the vote of thanks, we'll have lunch. And lunch is on Fortinet today. We really appreciate that. Thanks a lot. We approached you the last hour. And then, yeah. And that's the reason why I was not even having sandwiches. I was planning ahead. Okay, next on our program, we've got Mr. Sipho Masinga. Mr. Masinga is our ICT guy or salesman. Yeah, one of the reasons we're having this session today, we want to sell to government. That's one of the deliverables. So please, let's give Mr. Masinga a round of kaloku but. Sikwenza njalo. Enye into kaloku siwo ujonge phansi. There's this message icaba yeah, Masina. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, sure. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, our distinguished guests and the VIPs and everyone else. Good morning. I am going to talk about the value proposition as the East London ITZ. Maybe most of you will be familiar with this presentation. Also the people that have been here yesterday, we might have touched quite a few aspects of what you're going to see in this presentation. But yeah, a good story has to be repeated all the time so that people know what the East London ITZ is all about and what ICT is all about. You know, my inspiration for being here, I just want to mention one thing is that I've attended quite a lot of these conferences, and the impression that I get is that we have got no shortage of solutions. We do have solutions. We've got brilliant people in the province. As my boss has mentioned, that we've got these silos of excellence that we have. But I think the thing that we need to do now is to collaborate and consolidate so that we act. There's a quote by the famous philosopher Aristotle, where he says that the purpose of knowledge is action and not knowledge. So we need to act once we've got the knowledge. So I'm going to take you through about who we are as the East London ITZ. We are an SOE that operates in East London, in the Industrial Development Zone. We will just say we operate in this place, a composite city, as we all know recently. Our purpose is to help manufacturers to become globally competitive through the development of an efficient management of a modern purpose-built industrial location, which offers investing industries. And our motto is streamlined business environment enhanced by a range of supporting services. So we are an IDZ and a prime industrial park in South Africa. Is perfectly positioned for light industrial manufacturers that are investing from 10 million plus minus like $1.2 million and upwards. And the zone is specifically developed for growth-oriented manufacturers in search of ultimate global competitiveness. And the zone focuses on streamlined business operation and engineering operational efficiencies for located industries. We boast 150 fully service sites, and the company is on a mission and has already succeeded in establishing local and global or export-oriented industries within the zone. So our vision, what we want to be a catalyst for growing a strong industrial regional base, supported and sustained by a business ecosystem that serves to extend the global competitiveness of local industries. What do we want to do? We want to attract and retain targeted industries through the operation of a world-class investment location, supported by a conducive business environment and special economic zone benefits where industries excel and prosper. If I can just give you a sample, this is just a sample of our clients that we have in this data center. This is just a profile of all of them. This is just a sample. There are actually more. These are the ones that we have agreed that we're going to showcase them as our clients. These are the people that we have at the moment. In terms of the telecoms service providers, we have these following providers that are appearing at Elite's data center. We've got Telkom, OpenServe, and Dark Fiber Africa. So these are the service providers that are appearing at the moment. And the others, the following ones, are actually connecting via the two that I've mentioned. Again, Telkom, OpenServe, Vodacom, Link Africa, Link Africa Entity Data, ECI Internet, and all the others that are appearing at our data center. Now, this slide, you can see that we are part of the South African artery of fiber connectivity. We are well presented in that artery as well. As you can see, the current one, these slides in different versions, you've actually seen them in the presentations that have taken place before, but we're just giving it to you again. Coming to our services, what we have, maybe let me just start by where the ICT service started. This, before, it was purposed for the investors that were coming into the country. So think of an international investor that wants to start manufacturing and operating. They don't want to worry themselves about the other things that are peripheral to their operation, like say telephony services, fiber and connectivity and all that. So we offered what we called an ICT in a box, so that when they come here, we tell them that we have all these solutions that you need to operate your business existing. But as we grew the business, we realized that these services we can actually even offer to the greater community of the province. Now, we have been operating for 15 years, providing these ICT services, and we have, as part of our strategy vision 2030, that the ICT sector has been identified as one of the ELIT's major growth sectors. The ELIT's is targeting to grow and diversify its customer portfolio, particularly when it comes to services such as disaster recovery, connectivity, BPO, and data hosting. The ELIT's now, we operate 3 data centers. The one that you saw yesterday, or the one that you're going to see, is just part of our data center network that we've been building over the years. And these data centers are governed by an internationally recognized standard, which is the ISO 2007-1, ISO 20017, and 27018 accreditation. And our scalable data centers, we are planning to have an uptime tier 3 standard, which we are already in the process of doing that accreditation, and we'll be getting that soon. We offer 99% uptime, and we offer customizable local services at a competitive price rate we are selling here. So you can see that on that other side, we have got the bouquet of the services that we offer. We offer telephony and internet services. We offer you fiber, data center, rack hosting, disaster recovery, backup services, cloud services, and business continuity. This is a visual of our data center as it is. Some of you saw it yesterday, and we're going to see it later on today, that is located within the precinct. Then this is a new data center, as you can see. State-of-the-art, redundant fiber routes, backup generators, and all that we're going to show you later on. These are just the visual presentations of, we mentioned that it's a scalable facility. Currently, we've got Hall 2 that is fully equipped to operate as. Okay. So what are the attributes of this data center we have? We have got phase 1, which is currently hosted in Hall 2. The hall size is 137 square meters. We offer in that power, redundant power. We offer cooling, state-of-the-art cooling, fiber, different fiber routes that you can come through that are redundant. We also offer meet-me rooms, security, and protection. But over and above that, we realize that we cannot just give you a rack hosting or cloud services, but we realize that our clients can come from afar, and we've got facilities that will make you operating at the data center more comfortable. We have got a reception, we've got a gatehouse where you can actually lock your own equipment and have your own key so that you know that your equipment is protected. We have got staging desks and a staging area. We've got the bathroom, kitchens, and facilities that we have, and boardrooms as well. You might be landing from Johannesburg, just wanting to come through here and meet maybe your team that is in this city. We provide all those facilities. Then from a technical point of view, we have got 48 racks that consume a load of 144 kilowatts in the hall that we have. And it is scalable right up to 1 megawatt critical load facility. That the capacity that we have is plus minus square meters of scalable space that we can expand to if need be, if the demand dictates that. So what are the benefits of coming into our data center? We offer you redundant power. The generators that we have there, when I was showing people that the capacity of power, they can maybe power a small town like Stutterheim. That's the capacity that we have with the generators we have. So we've got the 40 megawatts, within the 40 megawatts grid that we have. Another thing is that the benefit of the data center being located in the zone, we benefit from the service level agreements that the ALITZ has with the other manufacturers. Like for instance, when do we get load shed only at stage 6 before our generators can kick in? So we've got water supply systems tailored to accommodate diverse industry. The facility is secured. Previously, the facility was used for diamond polishing, so you could imagine the security that was put in there. Now we've repurposed it as a data center. It's very secured, well maintained, and is customized to give you the offering that you require. And then the diverse range of services that we have got. We have got the ISO and the tier 3 compliance, which are very much important for people that are operating in the data center space. Connectivity, I've already mentioned, and our location is good as well, accessible, very nice road into the data center, very close to the airport, so you can't get lost when you're looking for us. Okay, so what is ELIT's ICT objective and the provincial mandate? Our objective, we want to create a strong infrastructure to enable ICT. We want to develop a competitive ICT service offering of the ICT clientele, and then also it has been spoken about that we want to cultivate a skilled and abundant labor supply for the ICT sector, especially for the province, and want to create a strong innovation network for the development of new technologies and ICT capabilities. The Eastern Cape, if we just juxtapose that against the provincial mandate, is that we position the ELITS as the preferred ICT service partner for the Eastern Cape government. And also we want to be a value-adding, world-class information communications technology enabler that is efficient and aligned to international best practices. We want to facilitate the transfer of knowledge and skills to ensure users and provide systems support for the province. So this is our objective in meeting the provincial mandate. So we don't want only to be good for the world, but we also want to start at home and provide this state-of-the-art facilities for the province. So what is the problem that we're trying to solve here? Much has been spoken about. I'm just going to brush through these things that have been spoken about yesterday, and we continue to speak about them. We want to bridge the Eastern Cape digital divide. There's an existing significant gap in access to digital technologies and infrastructure between different regions within the Eastern Cape. You might have seen from the maps to see which areas are highly connected in the province and which areas are not that much connected. Also, we've realized that in the SMME space, ISP challenges, which are the high cost of doing business, small and medium-sized internet service providers, ISPs, face excessive operational expenses. Remote areas, lack of other infrastructure and stable power. Many areas of our province are remote and lack essential infrastructure such as stable power supply and then it complicates the establishment and the maintenance of ICT services. And low return on investment. Due to various challenges, ISPs experience low returns on their investment, infrastructure and services, making it difficult to sustain operations and expand. So we are trying to address this because we want our SMMEs to grow and be big businesses at some stage. We just don't want them to be kept at the lowest of the value chain. We want to move them up so that we can create a better story for them. We also acknowledge the lack of investment in the Eastern Cape. There is insufficient private and public sector involvement in improving ICT infrastructure and services within the Eastern Cape, exacerbating the digital divide and limiting economic growth and opportunities. No local routing in the region. The absence of a local routing infrastructure in the Eastern Cape means that internet traffic often has to be routed through a distant location, leading to higher latency and potentially higher costs for ISPs and consumers. Mr. Mhlaba mentioned about this earlier on, that we have got the internet breakout point in Gqeberha, which also we are trying to get it over here. And these challenges collectively contribute to a stagnant ICT sector in the Eastern Cape, impeding economic development, limiting access to digital services, and reinforcing disparities between urban and rural. Addressing these issues would require targeted investment in infrastructure, policy support for local ISPs, and initiatives to bridge the digital divide across the region. So the ICT ecosystem future state and our aspirations. So there are things that we are providing, like the data center, but we don't want to end there as elites. We are looking at the future. So we've got these following aspirations that we want to share with you for the ICT ecosystem in the region. We want to increase ICT sector investment to 1 billion rands for this province. Want to increase the fiber network operators, the FNOs peering at the elites to at least 8, and want to offer multiple forms of connectivity for various use cases or client needs, and want to attract international subsea cable operators and investment to this region, want to establish a community for network engineers, collaboration and training opportunities. And we also want to establish a local regional internet exchange, working with INEX South Africa in collaboration with Gqeberha's the port to actually get one, also an internet breakout point for the zone. We want to attract content delivery networks investment into this region, also attract hyperscale load providers investment to this region, want to participate in the delivery of internet services to underserved areas of the Eastern Cape by building a reliable infrastructure platform, provide SMMEs ISP development in the Eastern Cape, and be seen as technology leader and reference site in the Eastern Cape, ICT platform of choice for government entities. That's what we want to do. And want to support the elites Smart Industrial Park project and Smart City implementation partner for cities projects within the Eastern Cape. Okay. As I end, we do not want to leave no one behind. Universal access to the internet is a basic right, not a privilege. Thank you very much.
This is work. Thanks a lot, Mr. Masinga. I will give an opportunity if there's anyone with questions. Okay. Ngaza bhuti. Nangu kukhokta. Any other hand? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the last session I didn't introduce myself. My name is Tsokai Luke. I am director at COCTA for ICT. In my previous life, I used to be looking after municipalities, but the question that I have is, especially from yesterday, where the invitation was also extended to provincial head of departments and also municipalities that didn't attend, most of them, where I had hoped that the issue of utilization of the data centers, especially from the municipalities' point of view, that at least we can be in a position to get a buy-in, for leadership to at least, see the need for municipal data to be, stored for issues to address the issue of business continuity, because we know with our communities, when they are angry, the first thing they think of is to burn the municipal building, which now puts the municipality into a big challenge in terms of now, all the papers are banned. So if they can extend the services to be hosted at IDZ, will be basically of value. What steps have you guys taken as IDZ to at least try to, raise, especially from this presentation, to the top management of the province, as also municipalities, maybe get a space to present this, maybe from DG's meetings where the departments are there, and also from the Minimex point of view, because there's Minimex where the municipal managers have a session, and also for the province, the Minimex where the MEC is talking to the mayor. So I think that is another way of looking at it, because I'm looking that a local municipality is expected to provide services similar to the district, but in terms of funding, they do lack, but the services are the same. Maybe a way of looking at from the district, the DDM model, where the district development plan, that one plan for the district, that they can probably, house all the LMs under one district to be hosted, with at least budget being allocated per district. Maybe that's another model that we can look at. And also probably Treasury looking to see, is there a way that they can fund the municipalities into bringing in, to host the services. I think that, thank you.
Thanks a lot, sis. I think that was the only hand.
Okay. Oh, there's another one. Okay, sure.
Any other hand?
I want to take this opportunity to actually appreciate the presentation. It is a nice and a wonderful presentation. I thank you. But my question comes at the point of caution, if I may say. Let's say I'm an innovator and I want to uplift people from the rural areas, right? And I want to use your data center, right, to actually to store my work, to store everything. And one of my employees is in a dead zone. What do I mean by a dead zone? Meaning that there's no access to connectivity at all, like problems related to with satellite and connectivity to to power, for example, does the ELIDZ actually have a strategy to go around to prevent that from people that cannot access the data center from dead zones? Because most of the SMMEs and innovators want to bring it home to East London, where data and information is not getting to them. Like even this event, for example, because some people are in the dead zones and they do not have access to this type of information, but we as innovators want to cover that. Do you provide strategies to actually to try to prevent those dead zones to be actually reached? Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me start with this one. How do we promote ourselves to the municipalities? We are trying very hard. I'm glad that you asked that question, because we have been engaging with COGTA, we have been engaging with SALGA, trying to reach the municipalities. But what I've picked up is that already they know what we offer, and they know what are the benefits for them. We've got cases, good stories that we can tell, how we have saved municipalities from enable them to get their data after buildings were destroyed by fire or by any other thing. But I think in you asking the question also, you answered part of it to say the stumbling block, or where things get to lack of action, is when it comes to funding. We've realized that the funding is a problem for municipalities. And our next step is to be more aggressive, to talk to the district municipalities, as it was mentioned earlier, that at least if we can start at the district level and showcase the services, and maybe also talk to provincial government to see how we can free some funding to enable the municipalities to access our services. I did a presentation for Inokum Kichima the other day, and even before I started my presentation, one of the councillors said, "Did you tell them about what happened in this municipality, how you saved them?" You know, so they know the story. Before I could have, I don't want to mention the name of the municipality that had a problem, but even before I started talking, they knew what are the benefits. But it's just us taking the next step. So there are quite a lot of things that we're doing. We're also involving our service partners to go out there and talk to them on the coal face to understand what are the challenges that they are facing. So we will be more aggressive now in getting out. We are represented in all the councils. We are at the OTP steering committee, EXEC and all that, but also we are trying to strengthen our collaboration with you, COGTA, and also SALGA, so that we get the message and we take the next step to approach provincial government to understand how we can solve the funding problem for the municipalities to get in. And then coming to your question, Puti, we are working with other partners. We are collaborating. As I speak to you, 2 weeks ago, we were talking to Centec about the issue of the dead zones, to say what can we do together, because we realize our limitations. We only operate the data center. That is our space. But the connectivity issue, we have to talk to other people. So we're talking to Centec. As you know, that Centec, they have migrated from analog to digital. So in the process of that, they've got these old towers that were used for analog broadcasting that are now redundant. We are collaborating with them, including other organizations like Connector, to see how those can be repurposed, because those towers are on each and every mountain in the Eastern Cape, so that we can actually extend that reach. So we're working with them, we're collaborating with them. They are excited because connectivity is very much important for us, for people to actually use the data center. I understand where you're coming from. Like myself, when I was given a task 2 years ago to go to a place called Majola, right in the deep rural areas, and you find that only MTN reaches that place, and no other connectivity. We went to a school and we're told that the school is supported by MTN, and the only data they give the school is a 2 gig data on a USB. It's only the principal that can use it, so the whole school is not connected. They are just cut out of the. So this is real. So we understand these things, and when we engage our partners, we really understand. When we talk about dead spots, we know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Masinga. Thanks for the questions. I think the other thing maybe we need to consider, now that the CIO is here and Mr. Mhlaba is here, we've got this broadband that I think we've connected more than 2,000 already sites, and some of these sites are in rural areas. The question is, yes, there's connectivity and school starts and end around 3. What happens to that fiber? Now that they are connected, they use it for up until 3. Can't be any other use for it after hours. And I think that's where some of the SMMEs locally can play a role in utilizing that very same connectivity to distribute connectivity within the areas after hours, maybe make some parks. That's an idea. Remember me when we were successful. It's a free tip. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Mr. Masinga, COO. Ujasile. Ngobe nombona ngoba you renew your vows. So. Okay, our last speaker on the program, we've got Warren from Fortinet. Warren will share some of his minutes with Wesley, and that's the last session for the day. Look, Warren.
Thank you, everybody. Happy Friday, good people. I hope we're lining up for a good weekend. I want to try focus on cybersecurity, and I don't know what your appetite is or your knowledge about Fortinet as a provider or a vendor. So I thought I'd just take a couple of sentences here quick. 26 years ago, in 2000, Fortinet was founded as a security appliance called, and I think some of you might know, FortiGate. We ship over, I'd say, up to 60% of the world's firewalls now. We started back then, 26 years ago, as just a firewall provider. And I was blessed to start working with the product itself about 18 years ago. I've been on the client side. I've been at an MSSP level, at an ISP or service provider, providing services through it. And for the last 5 years, I'm working with and at Fortinet directly. So my career journey is through that. And today I want to talk about cybersecurity in general, the way we see the Eastern Cape, as well as the IDZ as our partner, and just really just try uplift your awareness of cybersecurity and what's going on around us in the world, as well as then locally. I don't know, just hands up, anybody who buys from Temu or Shein? Okay. Have you guys got one of those funny SMSs to say that your order is ready and you click it and from there it takes you to a bad site? Yes, yes, that's good. So one of the things, I mean, if you are behind our security, you would have got, and if you were connected to a wireless and you got that SMS and you opened it, it would have already flagged an error and said, this is a phishing site. Now, failing that connectivity, we see that the Magogos, they're getting caught. I mean, my grandmother, she was also caught. She thought she's got a parcel from the post office, the South African post office even. It looked like a legitimate website. It had the branding. You click on the links, it takes you to everything. But the actual domain at the top was a different domain. And from there, she was unfortunately caught for a few thousand rand. Luckily, she didn't have a lot of money in her account, so they only got a small amount. But without much ado, let's talk about the reason we are. I mean, we saw everybody talk about networks. And we do know that networks are growing. We see the Eastern Cape linking to Bloemfontein and then coming back down to Cape Town in one of the pictures. And we know we've got ideas of the undersea cable coming and terminating in IDZ and in East London directly. The problem we have is these applications, where they are hosted. And we've got this mix of applications all over the world. And fortunately now, a lot of the cloud providers have come to South Africa. I mean, some years ago, we didn't have any cloud presence. When you had to open YouTube, you remember how it used to buffer. You used to wait for the video to actually buffer before you could watch it. So we've got presence of these providers now in Johannesburg, in some of the coastal cities, and we're hoping to also bring that to the IDZ and also East London. But as you can imagine, our application spread, I think from local governments and municipalities, a lot of the stuff is in the cloud now. So where is your cloud? Where is your user? These are the challenges that we find that we're having to face and to protect against. We also have a hybrid mix of employees working in different locations. I mean, myself now, I'm working from East London. My offices, the head office is in America. My EMEA office is in France. If I need to connect there, do I now connect to Johannesburg? Do I connect to France? Or do I connect to America? These are all things that now would limit my connectivity. It would be very slow for me to work via VPN to France. So what do we do to actually make that my experience is secure, but also quick? There's different technologies we've got in play for that, and the one that comes to mind and is forefront of the common now, I'd say highlight words is SASE. Just hands up anyone who knows or work or knows about SASE. SASE, yes, we've got some in the audience. So SASE is the new acronym, if we could call it that, for secure access, so secure access being maybe SD-WAN, connectivity, and then services edge. The SE at the end is services edge. And it's really to protect networks, to protect users to applications through these networks. 42 billion IoT devices are forecast worldwide. What are we doing to protect our mobile devices? Everything here, users, mobile devices, even IoT stuff like medical equipment, mining equipment, all needs to connect to the internet maybe for updates. Are those networks secure? These are the questions we've got to ask ourselves. What we see here is Gartner even saying that by 2026, 90% of organizations will have would have incurred a security breach. And I mean, that's a real world stat. I don't know, most of the enterprise organizations that I see have had some form of attack or ransomware or compromise in the last 10 years. I mean, TransUnion comes to mind in 2022, 2025. All of our data is actually out on the dark web. I mean, if you look me up on the dark web, you'll find my ID number, you'll find my telephone number, you'll find my physical address. That's most of the South African citizens that were breached or compromised in their TransUnion hack. What we see as well is that it can take anything from 4 to 300 days for an attacker to be detected. Now I say 4 to 300 days. 4 days, I mean, the guy's there, next thing you double click on something and your machine is locked out. You got ransomware, your data is encrypted. You immediately know that the guy was there, right? 300 days, he's sitting there, he's not doing anything. He's trying to move east-west. He's trying to find another system he can get to. He's on there, or he's letting data out. And that can be a slow process. They won't just take all the data and just quickly dump it. They'll do it slowly, bit by bit. They'll try and move into a weaker system, try and get into another organizational arm of the business, maybe move from sales into finance or finance into HR. And that's what these guys do. And they can even attach to different devices like printers. Printers or even camera systems have got vulnerabilities on them. And you could have an attacker latch onto a camera or latch onto a vulnerable printer and move laterally within a network. So these are the things that worldwide we are facing, challenges. And what we see within the markets is this big spend traditionally on just networking. And what Gartner has said that by 2030 we'll see is that your traditional shift of just networking spend will be secure networking. So gone are the days of just buying switches. We at Fortinet have secure switches, we've got secure access points, they connect into each other, where they connect into the cloud securely, and we start with security. Again, 2026 to 2000, we started with security. Our first product was a firewall. We have firewalls, we've got access points, we've got switches, we've even got application that sits on your endpoint to protect your laptop or protect your mobile phone. We are a security vendor. Now, I just want to share some South African context here because we see that, you know, I mentioned the TransUnion stat, but we also see that, you know, just for starting from the top, Stats SA was hit and they demanded a ransom of 1.7 million. I mean, these ransoms are not as high as what they could be. They could be a lot higher, but they entice the organization to try to pay them. And the thing is, if you pay the ransom, sometimes you are unable to unlock the data, but then the attacker could still be there. So we see that worldwide, some ransoms have been paid just because the guys don't have backups. And if you don't have backups, you're stuck. And even if you do have backups, when I was working at an MSSP, I saw that a client was actually compromised. They were ransomware. They thought they're not going to pay the ransom. They're going to restore the backup. It took them a week to restore the backup because it was a cloud backup, and to restore the data over the lines that they had, the physical lines, took a whole week. So for a week, they were at a loss, not able to actually operate as a business. So there's a financial loss, a reputational loss. We saw the Gauteng provincial government also had about 3.8 terabytes worth of data listed on the dark web, and that's for job seekers. So people that are applying for jobs. I mean, that's their email addresses, their physical addresses, their references, their job history. All of that's on the internet for sale. The Land Bank also data encrypted, ransom demanded for 6.1 million rand. Polmed, the police medical aid, unfortunately, some of the member information is also out on the dark web for sale. So, you know, people are buying and selling data, and they'll leak data sometimes confidentially. We see that even in Europe, there was confidential patient data for psychological evaluations of peoples that was leaked to the internet from an organization. That's your history as a person, freely available, and your psychological evaluation, freely available on the internet, because the medical practitioner or scheme in Europe wasn't able to pay the ransom. So these are the things that the attackers are doing, and that was supposed to build out. I'm not too sure what happened there. But that's just in the state of South Africa. When we're looking at, you know, worldwide, and some of the things we actually have challenges with is this lack of visibility. Where the user's locating, what applications are they using, what systems are they using, where are they? And, you know, sometimes we do a piece job with one particular vendor, or we do a piece job with another one, a different partner, and we stitch together what we think is the best security. Unfortunately, that leaves holes within our infrastructure. We might have overlap, is the one thing, that now we're actually paying more than we should be paying, because now the software does the same thing as the other software, or vice versa. Or we've got that the one is not covering us adequately. So again, to the points that are listed here, you've got that user inconsistency. When they are at home, they're not protected, or they're partially protected. When they're at the office, I mean, if the internet is working at the office, yes, they can connect and maybe do some of the things that they need to do, but are they protected from the office as well? If they are at a coffee shop, if they are at home, wherever they are, what are we doing for our users? Because that is now the new attack vector. If I can get onto a user's laptop, I can get onto my financial database. I can tunnel through that user's machine without now having to go via the internet. As long as I can get onto an end user machine, I can get to where my crown jewels are. Just to give you some ideas as to our position, I mentioned that acronym SASE, and it's a new acronym. SASE hasn't been around as a word really up until 2019, 2018, and it's a combination of SD-WAN and then the SSE, the Services Edge. You can see that Fortinet is a leader there in SD-WAN. We've been a leader in SD-WAN for about 5 years, the leader, and you can see by quite a headway or far margin. The next sort of quadrant on the far right is the SASE platforms. And that's really, as I mentioned, we've got products and we've got a platform that does the analytics, that does the management, that does the endpoint, that does your machine, that does your mobile phone, does camera systems, does medical equipment, all kinds of systems that are agricultural type devices that shouldn't ever be allowed on the internet, but sometimes they are. And usually those are in air-gap networks where there is no internet connectivity. Attackers are trying to compromise that as well. So what is SASE? Just building out the slide from left to right, you can see at the very top here, we've got this agent and agentless connectivity or block. Think about your machine, your actual laptop or your notebook. That is connecting into our cloud. And I mean, we've got now, since 2018, this deployment worldwide of different POPs. And I'll touch on that a little bit later and show you the map of that. But again, it's a unified platform. We don't just take users. We can take users and we can take SD-WAN devices. You can see the second block from the top left in the middle there says SD-WAN and FortiGate third-party devices. So we take our own appliances into our cloud and can protect them there, or we can take third-party devices. Anything that can build a tunnel into our environments, and from there we can do the security. So again, right at the very bottom, also on the far left, you can see it says AP being access point. So any Wi-Fi access point, we can actually tunnel into our cloud as well. Our extender is actually a cellular router. So we've got a cellular router / modem that can also do dual connectivity, so different cellular mediums. You can have up to 4 SIM cards in some of the devices to make sure that you've always got connectivity, always on, always up. And that really takes you into the cloud for scrubbing too. If we look just from the top in the middle there, top down, firewall as a service, it's really just protecting you from intrusion. RPS is intrusion prevention system. So hackers trying to get back in. Or even if your machine is compromised, the common hacking attacks that or hacking vectors that you would try and use out towards your devices. So even if your machine is compromised, we can still filter you as a user that's been compromised towards your finance server with those RPS engines. SWG is just secure web gateway. Imagine that is just you access a gambling website, your organization does not permit that, we block it. And we've been doing this category-based blocking of websites for, it's about 18 years now. Yeah, so it's as long as, I've married 16 years and I've been Fortinet 18, it's about 17 years we've been blocking websites. So, and we've got a global database of lookups. So I mean, even if pornography is not allowed at an organization, any pornographic site will be blocked. I don't know if you guys are employing technology like that as well, but it's not just for categories of websites that you don't want to watch. Phishing websites, we categorize that. So that's a phishing website, block. Malicious websites, blocked. The universal ZTNA, imagine now I can look at your laptop. I can see that you've got our agent on there. You are who you say you are based on your logged in credentials. But also I'm checking, is your antivirus up to date? Has your machine got a vulnerability? Have you actually turned antivirus on or off? And in which case, am I going to allow you onto the VPN based on any of those things? So ZTNA is Zero Trust Network Access. We don't just do that from the VPN. We do that on your LAN as well. So if you're using that machine on your network, or you're using it as a remote connectivity tool, we'll actually get you protected and blocked, or allowed to certain components of your own network, or only allowed to the finance server, etc., etc. So it's the reason it's universal. It doesn't just work from home. It works everywhere you go, and to the cloud. So if your machine is compromised, if it's running a vulnerability, the antivirus is not up to date, or it's even not got an up-to-date Windows patch, we can stop it from accessing the network. It's like security on steroids. And it's also making sure who you say you are is who you say you are. It does that every 60 seconds. Every 60 seconds, it's sharing that telemetry with our cloud. CASB is Cloud Access Security Broker. Think about that as like the bouncer of the nightclub. He's not going to let you in, okay, and to the VIP section, because that is not allowed, right? That is exactly what Cloud Access Security Broker does, but to the cloud. And think about WhatsApp. We can block WhatsApp. We can actually block WhatsApp video, subcomponents of WhatsApp. We can say, okay, don't allow file transfer on WhatsApp. Don't allow file download on WhatsApp. We can do that with all the different applications. Even at the bottom there, you see it says Gen AI. Gen AI, we can allow you to maybe do ChatGPT searches, but we won't let you upload a document. So any Word documents, we won't allow you. Because, I mean, you could be uploading maybe a tender or an RFR or an RFP, and then you're putting it on the public cloud. You're leaking your corporate identity and your information away to the public cloud. So we can stop that before it even gets there. And using engines like, if you see underneath CASB, there's DLP. That's data loss prevention or data leak prevention. They're used interchangeably. It's literally what you type into those chatbots. We can actually take away certain words, stop you from searching for certain things. Also limit maybe certain characters, like credit card information. If there's a 16-character credit card number, we can stop you from posting that online. So there's a ton of things we can do with all these engines. These have been developed really over the last 20 years. We've built this operating system. It says there, you can see the OS there. I started working on that operating system, I think it was in version 2.7. It's now in version 8. And there's all version 1, 2, 3 of each number. And it's really a strong operating system. We stitch in all that with our management, our analytics in the cloud. All the stuff that you have in the cloud is available to you on-prem. You can do private cloud. You can do public cloud. You can choose any cloud provider. That's the beauty of our operating system. It can go anywhere. Where we are located, we got POPs throughout the world, and just speaking on these like red dots, that's where we own the actual physical data center. So we also, like the IDZ or IDZ, believe that we've got to play in the data center space. We host our own equipment. We can manage our power. We can provide services at a good cost, at a rate that now is not going to increase or decrease over time based on certain criteria. We can offer that in the red zone. So we have got our own presence. The blue dots is where we are co-located. So you can see that's in Johannesburg. The grey dots is where we are on a public cloud. So at the moment, we are making use of AWS, Google, as well as the Oracle Cloud as well. It's not to say we can't start on Ali Cloud. Depends on where the users are. If we've got a client that has got a lot of users in a region where we don't have a cloud provider, that's where we can also use private models. So you can see there's a sovereign compute there at the very bottom, and that's a green dot. What that is a private model. I mean, the green dots here, I've moved around a little bit. They don't represent exactly the countries where our private entities are, because I can't reveal where the private entities. Those are private government or MSSP entities. But needless to say, that is a representation of the private compute node. Anything that you saw previously, anything I've spoken about previously from a protection point of view, you can do on our cloud, you can do on the public cloud, or you can do on your own private cloud, your own data center. And that's where the IDZ or the IDZ is a key strategic player for us, because we can host in this data center your services to get you out to the internet in the fastest possible connectivity, as well as then the most secure mechanism that you are able to do. So security is always front of mind for us at Fortinet. And when we look at even the private model, you can see this is one of our clients, big client government entity in Africa. Some of the things that that won us the business, it was a massive deal. It's the biggest. I think it's one of the biggest deals we have worldwide at the moment for an African country. Their challenge and their pain points were they had limited resources for the size and complexity of their entire government. They had multiple products and multiple vendors, and management of that was a big problem for them. The security of the employees connecting to the whatever cloud that they used, that was a private name for the cloud that they connected to, and the secure internet access was non-existent. So the users weren't securely connecting to their VPN. They weren't even securely connecting to the internet. They were just using just VPN, no proper endpoint protection or security or control, no zero trust network access, no continual 60-second assessment that's happening. So those were the challenges. And that particular government organization had the mission of digitizing their employees and their government entities through the increase in the usage of the communication that I've mentioned, the SASE platform, the SASE acronym, the technology I'm talking about. The business outcome is that all the departments were consolidated on one platform. It wasn't different organizations. They all had one platform, better costing model. They could have individual security profiles. They can all have different web filtering profiles, different antivirus profiles, as well as then different application groups. You might have that your finance team or your marketing team needs access to Facebook, whereas the rest of your sales organization maybe doesn't. So you can have that literally turn on, turn off as you need to. We also had consolidation of the logs and management. So one of the reasons behind having a sovereign model is that you don't want your data or you don't want your logs on the public cloud. If you want them on your own private institution, like here at the IDZ, this is the model that you should use. And this is our sovereign model. So this is FortiSASE sovereign. This deal, as you can see, it's biggest in EMEA at the moment, over 10,000 users, and using 8 of our pretty decent-sized firewalls, the FortiGate 901G. The deal was for 5 years. We're looking also, it's expandable. If they get more users, we'll add more devices, and that's in essence that use case or that particular entity in Africa. Just closing the loop, I mean, before we even think about the endpoint needs to sit. Remember that use case at the very top, that agent. This is our agent. It's the FortiSASE client. It has the SASE functionality, the secure access, so it makes a tunnel to our cloud or to your private cloud. We do network security in that tunnel. So before that virus comes down the wire to your machine, we've already blocked it at our POP. Before that attacker comes down, we've blocked it at the POP. Before you even are able to open a 0-day, we've actually put it into a sandbox. So I don't know how many entities here have sandboxing and anti-ransomware protection, but when I think about all the different engines that you get on the FortiClient, you get up to 9 to 10, it's even cut off at the bottom. I think I could go on maybe to 10 and 11. Different point products, consolidated under one single brand, under one single client. Now, the biggest challenge we have with technology is the interoperability. Different clients on your machine will cause issues. I don't know in the audience how many people have accidentally run 20 viruses at the same time. But in my career, I've done it a few times and my machine almost died. So it's a situation where we've developed this internally from the ground up over 26 years. We do vulnerability management. There's vulnerability patching of your devices. We do, when I say endpoint protection, the underscore there is it's antivirus, it's malware. We do a hardware and a software audit, so we can tell you what software is on your machine. We can tell you what hardware you're connecting from. So we'll know you're connecting from a Dell machine. It's a 5 or 6 core Pentium, and it's got 20 gigs of memory. We can tell you how much CPU you're consuming, your disk space, all of that. We also then do the ransomware rollback. It's a patented technology so that if you double click on that ransomware file, it rolls back that action so that your data does not get encrypted. Just key takeaways for me, just from this product itself. Please feel free. I've got Divishan here, hand up Divishan there. He's joining us here from Fortinet as well. Eastern Cape boy, grew up in East London. After the chat, you can come and chat to myself or him about this product and this technology, or even Wesley at the RDZ. But just as a takeaway for you guys, I don't want to spend too much time of the afternoon wasting this. The single console for me is a key takeaway. One unified place where you can control your policies for your users, for your SD-WAN, for your phones, for your Wi-Fi. I connected a Wi-Fi at my office into the cloud in 15 minutes, and it was secure in the same 15 minutes. All of that, like I was blocking pornography, I was blocking gambling, I was blocking viruses from an access point. The access point tunnels to the cloud blocks everything. And if I take that access point home with me, as long as it's got internet connectivity, I'm going to have protection. That's in essence what that access point can do. But I can do that with my laptop as well, because my laptop is always connecting to this cloud. So the unified agent, think about all those engines you're getting, all the bang for buck. The flexibility option that I mentioned, you can do this on your own hardware. You can do this in your private cloud. You can do it on our cloud, Fortinet cloud, or you can do it public cloud. And it's seamless. No matter where you move it, the technology is the same, the user experience is the same, the management is the same. So you don't need to now go and train different skill sets of different engineers. It's all in-house, all on FortiOS. The AI security, we've been sort of at the leading board. When you think about AI security and security in the cloud, one of the things we have from a product is something called the FortiWeb. That's a web application firewall. It scored best on the test from about 10 different other vendors. It had 99.998 security efficacy, meaning that we gave hackers the challenge to try and break into a website behind it, and they weren't able to do it for a few months at least, whereas my competitors, they were able to get through their devices. That same technology, and that's those same engines and those same updates and the same FortiGuard labs powers our FortiSASE, powers our antivirus, powers our access points. And with that, I thank you. I want to call Wesley Appel up just to chat quickly about the map a little bit further. And thank you, guys. Have a great afternoon further.
I'm here, everyone. Thank you. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wesley Appel, and I'm the service support engineer at the RDZ and the RCT team. And I'd like to thank Warren and FortiGate for supporting us today and actually coming down to our event and, presenting an important aspect, which is SASE at the end of the day. Ever since COVID happened and work from home, SASE's become a very important component of cybersecurity. And not many organizations are either implementing it or even considering it, which is definitely a challenge for us IT people. I would really like to focus on just a few topics today, just to add on to what Warren has said, around investment, sovereign at the end of the day, or sovereign option for the province, and, improving end user experience from an Eastern Cape perspective. So firstly, from a map perspective, what always, there's a common thread when you see multi-international RCT companies present a map similar to this. And that if you look there's always many dots around the top of the map, you know, in the northern hemisphere, and Africa is always blank, or very few dots. In this situation, it's actually great to hear that there's another sovereign implementation in Northern Africa, implemented by CETA. But from a South African perspective, you know, it's only really Johannesburg. And, you know, from our region, that's a bit of a challenge for us. My colleagues will know that I don't like to work from home, because when you VPN into the organization, even though I'm just live around the corner from work, you know, your communication goes up to Joburg and then comes all the way back down. You know, so I like to be, you know, direct connected to the office. So from a user experience perspective, you know, we need to consider where your data resides and the way that you connect to your data or your location. So that's definitely a challenge, and a challenge that I want to throw to the province, you know, OTP and to CETA, to consider, you know, different sovereign opportunities or investments for obviously for cloud, or for gateways. In this instance, the SASE gateway. We can look at a sovereign gateway, not just for East London, but it could be a national approach to say, you know, put it into the national policy for sovereign and say, guys, we want to roll out a central management platform for SASE across the country. But that also just means, and this is really for actually at the end of the day, 40 customers. It's not to say it's a single vendor approach either. And yeah, so that's just a few comments that I wanted to touch on, just to emphasize the fact that, you know, there is improvement. Going on back to our aspirations, you know, we always want to try and attract local investment and to improve, you know, connectivity in the Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Just while I was sitting on the couch, one of the things that came to mind is also, I think there was aspirations of SOC mentioned from a few of the speakers. Something we offer at Fortinet is SOC as a service as well. So they can complement your existing SOC. It's part of the platform I've just mentioned. So the actual FortiSASE POP is part of the SOC, and you can actually have Fortinet engineers look at the logs that are coming from all your endpoints and all your cloud. And that's a service that's bundled with this product. So all those different 9 agents that I mentioned, that's included in the product with all the cloud security, as well as then a SOC bolted on just for the added security and benefits. We will also do, within 15 minutes, give you a call if there's a SEV1 criticality on one of your endpoints. So that's a service we offer. You can implement that and integrate it with your existing SOC. If you don't have one already, it's just a matter of turning it on from a service point of view. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Warren and the team. I think that was the last speaker, actually, before we request the deputy chair. Then I think from here, we'll have our lunch. And then thereafter, there will be a tour to the data center for all those who have not seen our data center, state-of-the-art data center. You know, the infrastructure head of CETA was here yesterday, and he was very impressed with what we have done in the Eastern Cape. See, Deputy Chair, I know my limits as a human being. I've learned that the hard way. I was in a foreign country a long time ago, and I wanted a beef steak. I went there. I told the guy I want medium. Hardly 5 minutes, he was back. And Yeah, it was not even rare. And I thought, of course, I'm coming from Africa. But, you know, try to cut this thing, there's blood all over. But the problem, you know, problem with Xhosa, you know, there are many ways, I mean, you get one weight for different interpretations. Just like when you say read, funda, learn, funda. So I wanted to tell him that this meat is rude. That was the only word that could come to my mind. You know, and in Xhosa, you know, when something is uncooked, it's ukwada. When someone is rude, ukwada. So in my mind, that was the only word. Ukwada linyama. And then I'm looking for the English word. It's rude. You know, and I know this thing is wrong. This meat cannot be rude, but that's the only English word I can think of. So my English bundles were depleted. They were depleted, and then I realized that, oh, okay, these bundles are depleted. Because instead of calling this guy, I just said to him, Puti Isa, and I knew they were gone. And the guy came, unfortunately, and I still had the rude interpretation. So I just told him, look, blood all over, blood. The guy asked, oh, so you want it well done? I thought, okay, if that was a rare, then well done would be medium. I said, yes. And then he came back, yes, man. He cremated the whole thing. So from there, I know when my English bundles are depleted, they are depleted. I'm done now. It's time to hand over to the board deputy chair for a vote of thanks and closing remarks. After that, please, people who would like to take pictures, especially everyone who's here, you know, take a picture with me. And I want to take a picture with Mr. Masinga. He's wearing a suit today, and Wesley. Thank you very much. We know what to do, Ayanda. Please, ma'am, stand up.
Right, the acting chairperson of the board of ELIDZ, the CEO, executive management, and the whole team from ELIDZ, the partners, stakeholders, and everybody in the room. Let me just say, all protocol observed. Good afternoon. All right, as you can see, my photo is not on the board. So there's a and so a situation had to be managed here. So literally, initially, we had Mr. Matikiza presenting here. And then after that, we had Mr. Mhlaba. And then after that, we had Mr. Masinga. And then after that, we had Mr. Warren. And then he called another Mr. And so then, that was really not fair. So there had to be a Mrs. up front, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to do a vote of thanks to everyone in the room. And so my name is Ntombi Mngonywa. As indicated that I have been given the opportunity to be the deputy chair of the board of ALIDZ. So before then, I talk to other things. Maybe before I forget, let me just thank the sponsors and the partners first of ELIDZ. This is a great day. So as I'm standing here, I'm like, I can remember the board meeting that was discussing the presentation by management on this summit. So it really feels good to see it, how it had transpired these 2 days. So I'm really grateful. And so we start with the new name that I saw, that Sesi. I don't know who else he's hearing that for the first time, whether it's just me or not. Anybody else, or it's just me? Oh, at least it's not me alone. I know the VPN. Now I understand why when I connect to VPN, it takes longer. So it's going to Joburg and then it comes back. All right. All right, thank you so much to Fortinet. We're conveying our thanks to Fortinet for helping us advance conversations around cybersecurity, digital resilience, and trusted digital infrastructure. As digital economies grow, secure networks and cyber confidence become fundamental enablers of investment and service delivery. So thank you, sir, and your team. To CETA, for its continued role in enabling government digital transformation and supporting the infrastructure backbone required for modern public sector systems, data management, and digital governance. To ECDC, I don't see Mr. Mhlaba now. To ECDC, that is the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, for championing investment, enterprise growth, and economic development initiatives that help unlock the province's digital and innovation potential. To the provincial government CIOs, I must also confess that it was my first time hearing about the councils. So we learn like every day. So I had to ask someone next to me, what does that mean? What is that? So thank you so much. So to the provincial government CIOs for driving strategic digital transformation across departments and ensuring that technology becomes an instrument for improved governance, service delivery, and inclusive development. Thank you so much. To the municipal CIOs for being at the forefront of the smart governance, municipal innovation, connectivity, and future-ready cities. The digital economy will ultimately be experienced at a local level, making municipalities critical partners in this journey. Then our data center build partners and technology partners for helping turn vision into infrastructure. The launch of the ELIDZ Tier 3 data center represents years of investment, partnership, and belief in the Eastern Cape's digital future. And our resellers and industry partners for extending the reach of technology solutions into businesses, institutions, and communities, and for helping build a sustainable and commercially viable digital ecosystem. And then coming then to ELIDZ CEO and team, and also I'll include the board, the acting board chair. So I want to really appreciate CEO, that ELIDZ is really a trailblazer. I think I was reminded about that when we went yesterday for the sword turning. So when you look at that land, it's just an empty space. And then I was reminded by the statement that was once shared. So I just came to ELIDZ where there was lots of buildings here. And I was not part of it when they built the road and there was nothing here. And then some people made a mockery of that and said that ELIDZ spent money building a road to nowhere. So that's what we deal with to get to where we are. So we do innovate. It's a long road. It's a tough road. But I always say that no matter how tough it is, it can't be as tough as the time when people sacrificed their lives and went to exile to fight for our freedom. So we're still sitting at our luxury homes. We are still go back and sleep on our comfortable beds. We just need to sacrifice sitting in our comfort places. But those people had to leave homes. And other families are still crying for the bodies of their members because they had to fight for us. So now it is our time. If the digital sector is the potential mining for this time, why can't we grab that with both hands? And remember, it is each one's responsibility. We are not here in this life to live forever. We're here to just make our mark and live. We are here currently sitting in the shade of under the trees of people who didn't get the opportunity to experience that. They planted the seeds, and now we are reaping the benefits. So let it be on us to also plant the seeds so that those coming after us can experience the joy of sitting under those trees. And someone has to do something. And I'm really standing here, really, you look around, and when someone says that South Africa has got 62% youth unemployment rate, we cannot sleep peacefully. Not at all. And so everyone has got a role to play. And if you go to the rural areas, it starts first from sharing the information. The information that they have access to, unfortunately, does not assist them. For those who watch TV, you could see they have access to TVs, but what is the information that is on TV? Does it help them? No, not at all. So let us not wonder then when the youth in the rural areas actually are swallowed by alcohol, because that's what is in front of them. So let it be each and everyone's responsibility who's here today to say that I'm gonna do my bit to make a change in South Africa, and especially in Eastern Cape. So what if you were called for times like this? And maybe then to end with a scripture, just the last part of Romans 10, verse 14, that says, and how can they hear without someone preaching to them? Thank you so much for gracing this event. It wouldn't be what it is without you. So we're looking forward, Team ELIDZ, thank you so much. We're looking forward to even greater heights. And the one thing that's coming up with the next board meeting, please do tell Mr. Mthembu that we need to revise those revenue targets from ICT. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Lunch is served and it is not rude. Thanks.